Surprise. Hello. I wasn't going to stream, but I got to do stuff. So I figured, why not do it with company rather than do it alone? So that's what we're doing. How are we all doing? How is everyone's weekend gone? I know I'm on time as well. So what is this? What is this world we live in? What we got here? So I've kind of got something cool to show you if it builds on time. I've wanted to build a feature in the optimizer for a very, very long time. And I built it this evening because I feel like it's very helpful for what I'm doing right now. So I'm going to show it off and you can let me know what you think. But in the meantime, let's be doing champion training, shall we? We're going to do the gear cleansing in a bit. I'll probably be going to be on for like a couple of hours, not long. 2 hours. I just felt like I wanted to do a bit of a stream. Mainly because Hellhades not here, right? So clear reset filters. I still don't like this new search function. It's very clunky. So what I will say is, yes, we are aware of the balanced feature and the issues. I've been thinking all weekend how I can find a middle ground between the new balanced and the old balanced. I've got some ideas I'm going to be testing tomorrow to see if we can resolve some of the concerns. There is a number of bugs that people have been highlighting over the weekend that we will be fixing. So tomorrow for me is basically a review of everything that we've had and sort of try and fix a lot of the issues that people have been having. But generally, what has been positive is we haven't blown the servers up, and we have seen quite a big uptick in usage of the optimizer, as we always do. So, did I see the Chelsea game? Unfortunately. Do you know what? I say unfortunately. I actually don't know how Chelsea lost that game. We had like 70% possession. This is really loud still. We had like 70% possession. We had a penalty. We were 1-0 up. Oh, well, 1-1. And yet we somehow lost to 3-1. I just... Like, obviously you can't solve every problem overnight, but it does strike me as we spend an awful lot of money not to solve the underlying problem of Chelsea, which was we seem to lack the ability to put the ball in the back of the net. Like, they were there for the taking. We were all over them. We had, you know, Sterling was playing a great game, although his end product is a bit poor still. I mean, the amount of times that Nico Jackson was in and Sterling's pass was terrible. But still, it just does feel like, even though we spent all that blimmin' money, you know, we still can't put the ball in the back of the net. Very frustrating. I don't really think Caicedo's debut was worth noting. I don't think he was match fit. I don't think he would have played. If we were winning, I don't think he would have played. You can tell he's just not sharp. He's just not match fit. You know, he was out injured at the end of the season. Obviously didn't train at all. Brighton has played barely any minutes for 2 months, so you can tell he's just not match fit, you know. So I think it'll be fine, but it's just a little bit alarming. I mean, there was plenty, Scott. Like, there was at least 2 passes that if Sterling had made the correct pass, Nico Jackson was in one-on-one. At least 2 situations. But the end product of the pass was poor. And then, obviously, we missed the penalty. If you score that penalty, West Ham have to chase the game instead of actually defending. Whereas, when it was 1-1, they were, like, probably happy to take a draw and then try and sneak a win with counter-attack. So the impetus was on us to do it. So I think if you put it into context, if you score that penalty, then it's a different game. So, we'll have to see. I think it's just going to take some time. You know, to be honest, West Ham's a bit of an enigma. A couple of seasons ago, West Ham were a very, very difficult team to beat. Last season, they were pretty poor. So it's kind of hard to tell where they're at, you know, post Declan Rice. So maybe losing 3-1 on the second game to West Ham is going to turn out to be not a bad result considering the challenge of the team. If we don't beat Luton Town, we got a problem. Like, that's when the warning signs start ringing. So that's the next game will be the big teller. They should be beating Luton Town. I mean, if you spend £1 billion or whatever, you've got to beat Luton Town, right? So the next quality of life needs a level tab, so fine. Yeah, exactly. Or just like an option to like not have max level champions, PM. That would be better. Newbie, sorry. Just the ability to hide all my rank 6s. That would be much better. Hey Fire, I'm not doing too bad. I took a bit of time away from the optimizer, to be honest, apart from like one minor thing. All the errors I've been just keeping an eye on just to see what was going to happen. And I plan on picking up all those issues tomorrow in one go, rather than trying to micro-fix everything. Yeah, I mean, the number 9 at Chelsea is a curse, isn't it? Who wants to take on the curse of the number 9? Because it's eaten some very, very good strikers over the years. So, but I mean, we are like, when Brozier comes back, that gives us more options. So I did think, you know, we're still dealing with fitness issues. You can tell that Malo Gusto is a good option. Like, so he's a competent replacement, but he's not Reece James. And that's the issue, you know. It's, you lose Reece James, you kind of lose a lot of potency down that right wing. And Mudryk still looks very, very nervous. He doesn't seem very confident, which is a concern. I mean, anyone's better than Everton. That's not really... that's not the market that we're going for this year, right? Everton didn't spend $1 billion. Well, I suppose they did really spend $1 billion when you put it into context. Yeah, I'm a Chelsea fan. What I will say is we perform better than Man United. That is a plus. God knows what's happening over there. I feel like 50 million for Mason Mount is looking a pretty good deal right now. Hey, Zombieland. What does the feast do? The feast takes one of your champions up to rank 6, essentially. It maxes their rank. So the barrel maxes the level of the rank. The feast will take you all the way up. So if you put a feast on like a rank 1 champion, it should make him a rank 6 champion. That's why feasts are a little bit better than barrels, because feasts work much better. Whereas a barrel just takes you to max level. So it's really only valuable for like the levels rank 60s, and most people will level their rank 6s in Minotaur, right? Because they'll basically get them to rank 6 and then they'll take them up to level 45 or so in Minotaur. And then all you've got is the last few levels, which is, to be fair, still a lot of experience, right? There's a lot of brews that you save by using a barrel, so... I did finish today the Ice Golem. So I blasted Ice Golem today. Got my Titan points. Don't really care about this. Who cares about that? Blasted... I'll just leave it like that. I don't really care anymore. Blasted Dragon Tournament. Don't really care about the rest. I got loads of those. Classic Arena done. Champion Training is looking interesting. We are going to be finishing the Artifact Enhancement tonight. So we'll get this. That'll put us up to nicely into the 2-star soul, but start getting into these 3-star ratings. And then I guess we have a look at the Heroes Path to see what we want to do. I haven't really decided. If I'm being honest, I haven't decided what to do with Heroes Path. So I'll tell you why, because all they keep doing is buying... they keep buying pegs to fit the leaking ship. Instead of actually fixing the boat, they're just trying to find solutions. Like, Casemiro is not a solution to the reason why your midfield wasn't stable. Sure, he might give you a year or two, but he's not gonna he's not going to solve the problem. Same as like buying people like Varane and stuff, right? They also decided to do what a lot of bad teams do, which is they decided to put lots of players on very big salaries. So how do you get rid of Maguire? Well, you can't, because why the hell would Maguire want to go to West Ham on less salary, because there's no way West Ham are paying Man United wages, at the age of 30 because he's playing badly in Man United? You're not going to move him on, because not a lot of people want a defender that looks a bit like an oaf. No offense to him. It's the reality that he's put himself into. Not many people want to get into that boat. So you're stuck with him, just like you're going to be stuck with people that you don't want to keep. This is why it's quite impressive that Chelsea have managed to get rid of a lot of dead weight this season. I know that the Saudi incident and the Saudi leagues have helped, but even then, moving on people like Ziyech to Galatasaray, and moving on people like Azpilicueta on a free transfer, moving on players like Mason Mount who don't want to be there. Chelsea have done a very good job reducing. Like, a lot of people will say, oh, they spent $1 billion and whatever it is. That's got to be contextualized against the fact they've saved themselves like £1.6 million on their wage bill per week. Per week, we're talking. Absolute bonkers amounts of wages have been reduced out of that. So all these new players they're signing on very big deals, they're going on very, very long-term contracts that are on low contract values. So in terms of trying to sell those players in the future, if a player doesn't work out for whatever reason, well, it's much easier to sell a player on a small contract on a long-term deal than it is to try and sell a player on a long-term contract on a very big salary. That's why they're having a problem with Lukaku, because he's on $295,000 a week. There's not many clubs in the world that want to pay that for a striker that is 30 years old who causes problems. If he was on £100,000 a week, they'd probably go, we'll go with 150, it should be fine. And it's incentivized for the player to go then, because they're going to earn more money. So I think on that context, they do, you know, as much as Chelsea are creating a risk by spending all this money, they're actually not when you think about the context of these players are young, so you can sell them on. You know, if for example, they can manage to get a good year out of Wesley Fofana and they want to resell him, they'll probably be able to resell him for like 50 million, which is still somewhat of a profit. Take the salaries away because he's on low salaries and you're okay. Right? You may net like a minus 20 million loss, but it's still like you're not stuck with this player. So, ironically, Chelsea have made a profit this window, believe it or not. It's kind of crazy. So, yeah, I mean, Bruno is going to have an attitude. That's the problem with Bruno Fernandes. You saw it when they lost to 7-0 to Liverpool. That's the real Bruno Fernandes right there. If he doesn't get his way, he complains, doesn't fight for the team. And if you've got that as your captain, you'll always have problems. Hey, Saf, thoughts on Shemnath? Recent poll worth giving a go. Shemnath's actually really, really good for... So it was really, really good before they fixed the provoke set. It was one of the better provokers because every single one of her attacks was basically 3 independent rolls for that provoke set. They fixed it now, which means her Hydra usage is a little bit worse. But she's still really good for Hydra, because you get to remove all those buffs, and also for every single buff that gets stolen in the spread, you massively increase your own accuracy, so you can run very low accuracy if you need to buff strip. Hits really hard, extends your own buff. In Clan Boss, it's really cool because you can extend the duration of debuffs and extend the duration of your own buffs. So in a 3-1 set, and you can get yourself having that 100% increase attack all the time. We were using Shemnath for a while. Not really crazy enough damage for arena nuking, unfortunately. Doesn't quite have the oomph required for arena nuking, but from a PvE point of view, there's a lot of utility you can get out of her. So you know, I mean, some of them Dimitra were. You got to think Azpilicueta was on 250,000. You know, Kante was on 200,000, 250,000. Kovacic was on a big amount. Jorginho was on a big amount. Havertz was on quite a lot of salary. So, you know, we have taken a chunk out of the salary budget, essentially, which should help with the FFP, right? Because obviously salaries come into a factor with FFP. It's not just about how much you spend. Yeah, Kante was a dream. He can't even play football anymore. His knees are gone. To be fair, we've abused that player. But in some contexts, you could say, well, Kante won everything at Chelsea. He won the Champions League, he won the Premier League, he won the World Cup. You know, he's won it with Leicester. He won every trophy you could possibly win. He won at Chelsea, so he'll go down as a legend. But unfortunately, when he got to 30 years, knees just went. His legs were, he abused his legs too much. So the only thing we got a problem with now, and I think it's a problem everywhere, is so many football players at the moment are doing their knees in. We've got so many ACL injuries around the world. I mean, Courtois done his ACL. Militao's done his ACL. We've got Nkunku did his ACL. Carney's gone off today. We don't know if he's done his ACL as well. I haven't checked recently. But I think other players have done their ACL as well. ACLs at the moment are just not good. I don't really know what the situation is with Carney Chukwuemeka at the moment, but it's very difficult because Chelsea can't just go buy another striker or another offensive player because they know they'll have Nkunku and that to come back. But you start losing players, that's not helping. Yeah, except for the one player. What was his name, Dimitri? He was on Chelsea's books for like literally the whole 7 years. Drinkwater. Danny Drinkwater. What a waste of money that was. Yeah, and actually Benzefol, the FIFA have been doing a hell of a lot of research into trying to understand why there seems to be, from statistical point of view, ACLs seem to happen far more in women's sport, in women's football, than it does in men's sport. And it's not like women's sport don't get the same level of medical access now, because a lot of these Premier League football clubs that run female teams, like Chelsea, basically give them exactly the same access to the same amount of resources these days because it's really popular. But it seems to be a real problem in women's football that almost all professional female football players go through some sort of ACL injury. It's really problematic. So yeah, but it is probably just like load. Yeah, Timber is another football player. And it's frustrating because all these players literally play one game and then they do their ACL. They're out for months. So frustrating. Like Nkunku looked really, really good in preseason, and then first game of the season, like a game before the season, he does his knee in, and now we've lost him for 4 months. And I feel like he was the reason why they didn't re-sign João Felix, because why would you need João Felix when you have Nkunku? So, what buffs and stuff should I be looking for when I attend normal Spider 14? So Spider 14, you're on the boundary between being able to kill the spiderlings and not. If you can't kill the spiderlings, you need turn meter control, which means you need to stop the queen from taking a turn. Most people achieve that by using an Armiger. Put him in 100% crit rate, an A1 in the main boss. You can then either do sort of direct damage to the queen, or you can look at like a HP burn strategy. If you need to stop the spiderlings from killing you, CC, like stun, provoke, freeze, those kind of champions or sets are really good, right? Especially stun. Stun's probably the best. You kind of want to try and do that. So that's how I would do it. Hey, Giovanni. Which one? Well, what's your team, Viper? Chelsea or Everton? I'm not sure how you can do IG10 hard stuff. My team is almost like yours, but I get stomped. Is it the Awakening green virus? Are you saying that you've matched my stats, or are you saying it just even when you match my stats, it doesn't work? I think we are done there, so we just keep leveling more rank 2s. Oh, I need to obviously... We need to do some tag team to get ourselves back into the mix of things. I think I've missed all of live arena today. It's fine. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it on the reset. It's fine. We continue. I should actually now swap to Brutal, because we get a bit better Dungeon Diver points from Brutal, which obviously is important from the perspective of the Hero's Path. Honestly, with the Hero's Path, I've only earned like 20,000 points, because you just don't earn an awful lot unless you summon. So I don't know what we'll do with Hero's Path. I use my Royal Guard in Nightmare Hydra picks. Royal Guard is just as good. He's actually incredibly good for Dark Fae as well, Royal Guard, because he brings that A3 decrease turn meter and decrease speed, so it's really valuable. So yeah, Royal Guard is still really good. Have we discussed the points needed in IG for the Ultimate Deathline? Not really discussed. I mean, it's not too bad. I think I ran like 60 to 70 runs. Benzafel is less than what I would normally run for a fusion, so I think it's okay. Any tips for Hard Floor 88? What is in Hard Floor 88 that's causing you problems, John? Do you know if there is a way to ensure Mother Sibel chooses the same person with her A3? The Sand Devil comp is getting annoying. I'm not that experienced with Mother Sibel in Sand Devil. I don't know. I think most people turn off the A3, don't they? I could be wrong. I'm not too familiar with it, so I don't know if I can answer the question, sorry. Your Husky's tear on her ACL. Oh, God. Don't do that to me. I hope she's okay. Or he. Wonder what Gnut will do with Dark Fae. Well, I used Gnut in Fire Knight. Cool. And to be honest, I found it was quicker with Whisper. So I don't really know. It depends, really, because you're capped. The thing about Gnut is he's capped by enemy max HP, right? So if you can hit more direct damage that beats the 10% marker, then Gnut's not as good. But obviously very hard, you know, very hard to find a champion that can hit 30% of the boss's max HP, but still. Yeah, obviously, Ice Golem. Yeah, you need to take War Master off Artak. That's why you're dying. Artak should not have War Master Green Virus. You need to turn that off. I think I'm running the Accuracy Blessing. Is the music a bit loud? Is the music a bit loud, or is it okay, guys? I don't know. Theoretically, Hobbit, no. It really depends on what 30% is for the boss. Oh god, that sounds horrible, Alan. Sounds awful. Yeah, no War Master on anyone in Ice Golem. You do not run War Master in Ice Golem. It's a bad idea. Maybe just a tad loud. Okay. There we go. Yeah, Ice Golem. 3 times 280k. Yeah, it's probably... Well, let's see. Hobbit, have you got to hand the defense of the boss? How does the defense of Dark Fae compare to Shogun? Hey, Taha. Welcome, welcome. 14k. Right, so kind of the same, right? They've got similar to... she's got similar to the Dark... the Shogun, I think. Keep in mind, if you pass... I know this might be relevant for anyone. If you pass on this Ice Golem tournament, you have to get some of these Titan points from this Hero's Path, right? You can skip all of this Hero's Path Titan points, but if you want this top reward from this, you have to have done all of the other events. There's 250 points that you cannot do. So there's 1750 points in total, so you can skip 250 points. But there's 250 points in the Hero's Path. So if you skip any of the Titan points in Hero's Path, that means you cannot skip any of the other tournaments. Yeah, it did for 500. Right, okay, so here is the test, Hobbit. Okay, here's the test. What about HP? What about the Shogun boss has got more HP, right? He's got about 4 million versus 2.8 million the Dark Fae. Oh, trust this run to be bad because Riho's decided to... right, this is not a good run. We'll test it in the next one. Riho's decided not to do decreased defense, which is always very helpful. So we're completely out of whack right now. Should be alright, though. There we go. Right, let's try this again. Oop, I paused the music somehow. Right, so let's try this again. So. Okay, right. So, let's calculate how much Whisper does, right? Okay, we can ignore the Gnut, because the Gnut doesn't matter. He's going to be capped at 280k. So, let me just get XL up on the side here so I can write these as we do it. Because the way you need to calculate Whisper isn't just the A2 hit, it's the A3 into A2. Okay, so we're going to do A3 here. We're going to put it on times slow here. It's going to do 58, 58... So we've got basically 58, 63. There was a 72 for War Master, and I think they threw out 12,000 or something for a Phantom Touch. Okay, and then we're going to do another, boom, 482, 73. Okay. Let me just verify those numbers. We'll do it one more time. Yeah, so it's like 15,000 for Phantom Touch. 23,000, give or take. So we'll just call it 15,000. Okay, so. We've got a combined move of 763,000. Whereas Gnut is going to do 840,000. Of this variance you just saw there. But here's the thing, Hobbit. She'll have her block passive skills not happening, so she will do 20% more damage than those tests there, just because of the way that it'll work. So actually what we need to do is take the damage in ones and give it a multiplied by 1.2, because that's the reality that we're going to have. And then just do that. Do that. I'm only assuming one Phantom Touch proc. So, in actuality, Whisper is going to out-damage. Whisper is going to out-damage Gnut in a single combo. Yeah? Because this will be Whisper's damage. Because it's going to be A3, A3. This will be War Master. Phantom Touch. This will be A2. War Master. So the combined damage is 884,000. Gnut can only do, if you're saying it's 280,000, 840,000. Sure, we can throw in a Giant Slayer proc. So it's going to be break even. What I'm saying is it's about the same is what I'm saying. We'll do the full math if we have time, Dutchy. It's a factor, cool. But even that, well, I mean, even if you don't include the 20% bonus damage, right, and you move that aside, like, what I'm saying is, it's about the same. Like, when I tested Gnut in Fire Knight and I threw Whisper, Whisper was faster than Gnut. Because she could cycle her maximum hits quicker than Gnut. Yeah, because Gnu's got a cap, Whisper does not. That's the advantage here. Whisper hasn't got any limitations. The more damage you stack on her, the harder she hits. So you can just keep stacking damage on her and off you go. So... Now, it's not to say that, you know, Gnu is easier to do because essentially you don't need that much to hit those caps. Whereas with Whisper, we're talking a very extreme endgame build here. I've min-maxed her to the nth degree. She's 5-star. So those contexts do matter. In a normal account, Gnu beats Whisper. In my account, Whisper will beat Gnu because her ceiling is higher. You can get her to hit harder. It will be higher. But that's the problem I saw. That actually, Hobbit's a very good point. The problem I had with that is in order for you to prioritize him as a turn meter reduction, he doesn't deal damage, right? So you can take away a law and put him in, but then I feel like you're actually reducing your damage because I feel like a law, being attack-based, will do more damage as an A1 turn meter reduction than Gnu, who is not attack-based. Because essentially you're going to run with an attack-based champion, right? Because I run with Ruella. I suppose I don't really run with an attack-based. I think I run Lysandra, Whisper, Fulgur, Ruella, and Allure. So you could basically sub Allure for him and basically do A3 into A2. I mean, I would probably use both. I'm not going to lie. I'll probably just use both because I'll just try and one-shot it. So... Hey, Lusa. Yeah, we're doing a surprise late night stream. I want to show a feature that is currently... Oh, I think it's live. Let me have a look. I put it in the staging site. Let's see. Log in. You can... I kind of want to get some feedback. This is something I've wanted to do for a while. And I think it's very, very useful. So I want to get you guys' feedback to see what you think. Let's let me make sure it works. Yes. Okay. So, how am I going to do this? To that. Okay. So, what is this thing that I'm talking about? When you're gear cleansing, there are 3 things you kind of want to look out for. The first thing is, have I outgrown the gear? Is the gear that I'm retaining the worst gear now because I've got better gear? So, for example, when you go from mid-game to late game, you kind of move from this 5-star to 6-star setting, right? You're kind of moving from that step. By this point, you've kind of already got rid of flat stats, right? Because there's a principle with gear cleansing that you never keep flat stats unless it's speed and it's rolled a lot. But when you're going from like mid-game to late game, you're making... The main transition is you're moving from 5-star gear to 6-star gear, right? That's the main thing you're transitioning. So your old 5-star gear, you're kind of looking to move on because you've replaced it with 6-star gear, right? That's the idea. That's kind of the first point of call that I think of with gear cleansing. The other point of call is you then start prioritizing the more stronger sets, right? You used to use life gear. You might have used a bit of defense gear, a bit of other set like that, but now you're moving towards perception. You're actually becoming perception. Your speed gear might be becoming some sort of different sets. Your damaging gear is more savage, it's more lethal, right? So you're not having the need to retain the starter sets as much. So you start looking to sell off the not so OP starter sets. Then the final stage, the stage where you go from late game to end game for me, is when you start gear cleansing based on the quantity and quality of the substat rolls of a piece. Okay, it's not just the substats that it has, but the way that it rolls. And this is one of the most complicated things to explain to people, that in their head, they think a quad roll is good. In my head, a quad roll is only good if it rolls high. Otherwise, it might not be as good as a triple roll that did roll high. Or it could be that a 5-star quad roll actually rolls less substat than a 3-star or a 2, than a 3 or a 2 roll on a 6-star, because of the way that the roll ranges works, you know? A perfect roll triple roll has a range of 6% on percentages at 6-star, right? That's nearly an entire roll. So if you low roll 3 times in a row, then that will actually be drastically different as a triple roll to a triple roll that high rolled 3 times in a row. And there's not really an easy way for you to identify in-game, okay, which pieces of my gear has low rolled, which pieces of my gear has high rolled, what is the quality of my rolling. And that's kind of like what I wanted to look at for a while, because a lot of people ask me things like, oh, how can I optimize my champion so that it finds the better gear that it's got, right? I want the same type of build, I just want better gear. And it's not really what the optimizer does, because the optimizer finds the best build based on parameters. It doesn't find the best build based on a build. So what I want to do is try and make a system where it can identify to you the areas within your existing build that is weak, which particular pieces that are particularly poor. Not necessarily re-optimize the whole thing, but give you some ideas and pointers to go, you know, that helm has got a bit of a low roll. It's of all of your 9 pieces, the helm is the worst one in this build. So you want to be trying to find better helms, right? And you might get to the point where you just re-optimize the whole thing, but that's kind of like the idea. So what we built, or what I've built tonight, I kind of built it in a couple of hours. I had a bit of spare time that I didn't want to focus on trying to bug fix until tomorrow, and I thought, well, I need to do gear cleansing, and this is a bit of a problem for me right now, because it's like, how do I find the gear that I want to sell? Well, I built this, okay? And I want your feedback. Let me zoom this in. Okay, so right now you should be seeing the artifacts as you see them in the optimizer. I've added a little toggle here called show roll score. This isn't live, by the way. It's on our staging environment. That's why you can't see the URL bar. So when you turn this on, it now rates the quality of the roll, right? So for example, if we look at this attack weapon here, it's got 1 roll on resistance and it's 23. So what it's actually doing is it's going, okay, I know 2 rolls essentially, because it's the base roll plus the bonus roll is 12 times 2. It's 24, and you've got 23. So in essence, this one particular substat roll is 83%. Meanwhile, this crit rate is only 25%. Because it's low rolled, right? The quality of it is low because it's done, it should be able to do 7 plus 7, which is 14, but it's actually done 11%, which is probably 5 plus 6. So quite quickly you can go, okay, well, this is really good for resistance, really poor for crit rate, right? Or I can go down here. And then what I've done is I've basically taken all the percentages and I've averaged them. I've averaged them across the number of substats. So that gives you an overall roll quality rate. And now what I can do with this information is go into the order and go, show me the gear, which if I did it correctly, which I didn't, look, I've only done it one way, oopsie. But the idea is then I can sort it and basically say, show me my gear that has the best rolls, or show me the gear that has the worst rolls. So if I scroll all the way to the bottom here, obviously it would need to be rolled to get some roll quality. I probably need to do, this is why it's on stage and not just straight to live, because I need to do some bug testing here, right? Because obviously speed can't have a 0% roll. So we got a little bit of bugging, a little bit of different things here. But the idea is if I just do it for like maybe legendary only, that'll be helpful. We've kind of zeroed out. Do you know what I did? I forgot to do ignore if 0. That's why the roll quality is so low. But that's the idea. So now I can actually look at my pieces and go, this piece is 98% good. Because the only place I've weakened it is attack, and it's 1 roll out. Outside of attack, it's perfect. Now, obviously, it's not been rolled yet, so when it rolls, it will change its roll quality. But essentially, that's what this is doing. It's basically looking at the stats going, okay, well, this is a max roll, this is max roll, this is max roll, this is 1 minus. So at 98%, it's basically perfect. That's kind of the concept. I don't know how applicable it is. For me, it's very valuable when I actually make it work properly, right? Yeah, so New Blue, that's basically on receiving the artifact, right? Zombieland, what it's basically saying, if I just reset the filter here a second, is it's the roll quality is 25% zombie. So what I mean by that is it's rolled 11%, but the maximum it could have rolled was 14%, because on a 6-star piece, you can get 7% on a roll. So either its base or its second roll, or the first roll it got rolled 5%, and the other one rolled 6%. So because you got a 5 and a 6, you're 3% down your maximum. So what it's saying is it's actually only 25% good, right? It's an efficiency rating. It's basically saying this is 25% out of 100%. So it could have been 14. It's only 11. So it's a quick way for you to see, looking at artifacts, to kind of go, okay, you know, it's obviously I've just thrown things together quickly here, and I've got a few little issues that I need to do. It's on a testing environment. But I just wanted to see, like, what one of my pieces are poor. And then obviously if I can order and sort by it, when I'm gear cleansing, I can start looking at, okay, I've kind of gear cleansed all the pieces that I know I can gear. Now let's start looking at those substat rolls. Which one of my artifacts has rolled the worst? Which one has the lowest rolls in a range? That's kind of like that's the concept. Instead of no roll in the stat counting as 0, it should count as 1 to see. Well, yeah, this actually shouldn't be showing 0%. Sniper, it should actually be showing quality based on that one roll. I've probably overlooked something. It's not released yet, right? This is just, I wanted to put it into beta, into the stage environment, just to see what it would do, so I could have a look at it. So do you adjust based on the account or how much you value it? Well, the roll rating, Michael, is not about any rating. It's literally just based on the maximum it could have rolled for that rank. So it does it for all different ranks, right? So if I did it for rank 5, you can see it's doing exactly the same thing. It knows what the maximum is for a rank 5 percentage, and it's calculating it to the maximum of that rank, right? So this piece here has got a roll quality of 48% because it's got a 0, which is probably not fair. Because that should be probably 25%, so which would lift it up. But you can see here, right? So I've got a triple roll at 26%. Now it's basically saying it's about 60% efficient because I'm missing out on some rolls. It could have been better. But when you see a triple roll mythic, you think, oh my god, that's really good. But actually when you put it into this view, you can see, well, it's got a lot to be desired because the speed is only half the roll, right? It's rolled 9. So one of those could have been 10, right? Because 10 is the maximum. I need to just double check a few different things, obviously, because I need to make sure it's perfect, which it's not at the moment. But it's kind of, I just want to showcase the concept to see what people think. So what do I mean by rolls? When you get an artifact, Lina Babe, messed that name up. You get substats. Okay. So when we talk about roll, I'll show you kind of like a quick way for you to see it in a very visual manner. Okay. So when you get a substat, okay, so let's just assume you're running on a 6-star piece here, yeah? So when you get a substat on a 6-star piece and it rolls with accuracy substat, when we mean roll, it means the accuracy is on the artifact. It can roll on its first, when you first get it, an accuracy value anywhere between 9, 10, 11, or 12, okay? Anywhere between 9 or 12. And then when you roll the artifact to rank 4, you get a bonus on one of the available substats. And it repeats the bonus, it repeats the roll chance, right? So, for example, if I quad roll an accuracy, every single time I quad roll it, it goes and randomly generates a number between 9 and 12. So 9, 10, 11, or 12, and adds it to the total. So what it means is when we say a low roll on a quad roll accuracy, that means you did 9 plus 9 plus 9 plus 9 plus 9, right? So you basically start with one roll and then you rolled 4 more on that stat. Well, that gives you 45. But if you high roll, it will be 12 plus 12 plus 12 plus 12 plus 12. Well, that's 60, right? And this is what I'm talking about, the difference. You basically get, on that quad roll, a situation where potentially a perfect roll triple roll will maybe yield you more accuracy than a badly rolled quad roll, because there is 15 points different between a perfect and a non-perfect. Now, if we basically look at a perfect roll triple roll would be 12 plus 12 plus 12 plus 12, it's 48. So you're actually going to gain 3 accuracy on a perfect roll triple accuracy than a badly rolled quadra accuracy. So when we mean rolls, that's what we're talking about. And that's why it's actually quite important, because you might be keeping artifacts that you think are actually quite good, but actually when you put it into the context of your whole account, are low value. And there's no way in the system that you can really quickly find those, because it doesn't really prioritize anything for you. So no. So I suppose it is. Yeah, actually, no, you're right. You're right. Sorry. Yeah, you're right, Dimitra. This is what you do when you bug test, right? I would go through and double check. So yeah, it's probably right. So it's basically saying the roll quality of this item is 48% because of the way that it's rolled. Because there's four stats, and it basically takes the percentages of them all and divides them with 4. So the overall roll quality is 48%. So maybe the percentage is intuitive to you, but to me, it would be much more intuitive to see either a percentage of maximum possible score for the number of rolls, or out of. It is doing that, essentially. Essentially, that's what it is doing. It's giving you a percentage of maximum possible score based on the number of rolls. So you've rolled 2 rolls, it's saying you got 25% out of the 100%. So I think Iron Will on Artac's not a bad option. Deoxy. It's not a bad option. So so that piece could have had 10% crit rate, 0% roll value, yes. Or 12 as 50%, yes. Or 13 and 75. That is correct, Omar. That's exactly what it's doing. That's what it's telling you. Do you think 2 emics are working for Ultra Nightmare 1 key? I don't think 2 emics... Well, I suppose you could make it work, yeah. If it took the place of a Pain Keeper, then yes. Have you ever checked flat attack, defense, HP variance? It's mental when you consider triple or quad on an amulet, for example. Yes. It's quite wide. It is wide. If you look here, the variance between this is wide. Right? Let's just look. So what Dimitri is basically saying is, on an amulet, if you're dealing damage, the only valuable thing after crit damage is flat stat, right? If I got an attack-based champion, I want an amulet with crit damage and flat stat attack, which means I could get 15 plus 15 plus 15 plus 15 plus 15, right? That's kind of like the perfect situation, right? It's a quad roll flat attack with primary crit damage. But the actual maximum I can get, have I done enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, is 150. So the actual variance between the two is double, whereas the variance between accuracy is actually a lot less, right? It's 33%. This is double. So the variance between the flat stats is much higher. So you can actually have a very, very big difference between a triple attack that is low roll and a double attack that is high roll. You know, when we look at HP here, HP can be 200 plus 200 plus 200 plus 200 plus 200, or it can be 565 plus 565 plus 565, 565 plus 565, which would actually be a variance difference of nearly 200% variance. So the variance between rolling flat HP is very, very high. The variance between flat stats is considerably higher. The variance between percentages is quite low. It's about 25%, I think, from just off the top of my quick head here. It's like 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5. 7 plus 7 plus 7 plus 7 plus 7. That minus that. And then that. Yeah, it's about 40%, which is still actually higher than accuracy in terms of the difference. And then when you've got speed, I think speed is actually not too bad because oops. Speed's 20%. Right? So there's a 20% variance between the best speed and the worst speed, a 40% between percentages, a 33% between accuracy and resistance, a 100% difference between flat attack, flat defense, and nearly 180% between HP. So these are all very important. These are all very important things that are more on the technical side of gearing that most people probably don't get enough information about. That actually makes a big difference, because the focus tends to be triple rolling or quadra rolling or double rolling, but the quality of the double or triple roll is more important when you look at some of these stats. So well done, Andrew. Well done. Love the concept, but generally this is something that top-end players have always known, but by showing it, make it a good assessment. Yeah, that's it. Exactly what I was thinking. Is how can I make what I'm trying to tell you easy? Which I don't know if this is necessarily the best way to show it, but I certainly think a roll quality at the top is very good to show. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you sell everything that's below 50% roll quality, but you can start chipping away at it, right? So now you compare the rating with the roll quality, and the combination of the two will basically go, okay, well, it's rolled really badly, it's rated really badly, that's probably the first thing I want to look at selling and maybe consider it, right? Have it like undecember, show min max between the brackets. Yeah, the challenge you've got is spacing, right? It's like anything I do like that, I've got to fit it into the view, so I can substitute the values of what they actually are and replace it with the roll rate quality, but can I actually fit in then the roll ranges as well? Or do I put like a little question box here that shows you the roll ranges in a better way? That's what I would probably do. I'd probably have a dialogue pop up here that you can just press and it will basically explain what it's doing that I've just given you an example for. So assume it would be too difficult if you want to say ignore flat stat substat rolls so they were not included in the total roll. That's a customization I could do. It's not public yet, Mike. It's just on a staging environment. I literally built it an hour or two ago. I feel like a rare piece should have a lower inherent roll range than a legendary piece, though. Well, it doesn't really matter, Stu. And the reason why I say it doesn't matter, because if your rare piece high rolls double on the speed, and then it high rolls the next piece, and it high rolls the next piece, and it high rolls the next piece, then it'll come out the same roll range as 100%. Obviously, this is why sometimes 6-star rare is better than 6-star legendary, because your RNG count is significantly lower, because you have less things that could go wrong, if that makes sense. All right. Right? And that's the thing with 6-star rare. Sometimes a 6-star rare is just better because you only have 2 possible options you can roll, and the roll ranges then is therefore you've only got 2 chances that it goes wrong. Whereas with legendary, if you quad roll something, you've got 4 opportunities to low roll. So yeah. Is that all happening on the back end already when the optimizer tells you legendary versus god? Like, yeah, it's all calculated in the back end. Yeah, I mean, obviously finding the pieces is not great at the moment. Cool, it's something we probably will look at in the future, but at least it helps sorting and segmenting. So, would love you do a dedicated math breakdown on the value of flat stats. Do you know what? I might do a video on it tomorrow. Happy Tremoric. That might be my Monday video. I felt like I wanted to show it tonight just to get a bit of a feedback on a direct feedback loop from people in the stream, just to see what they thought of it. See if is it something that people want? Am I a vampire? I'm pale enough to be a vampire, aren't I? My camera does like making me paler, I will say. Every so often I have to come in and like add the compensation on the camera just to make me less pale. It does like to brighten me up a bit. So, this is not taking into account what substats are preferred on a certain item. No, it does the whole item. Now, obviously, you can get down into... so here's the thing, right? You can get down into the nitty-gritty of it and actually look at individual rolls. So you might decide that the roll quality of 53% is acceptable because all I really care about is crit rate, and that's pretty high, right? I don't really care about the resistance, but I care about the other two. So that's pretty good because I can look at the substats, right? That's why I did it this way. So, for example, let's say... this piece here, for example, is a great example, right? Technically, the roll quality is 60%. But the actual rolls that it's placed it on, it's really low rolled. It's at 38%, right? It's quite low. But the speed is high. So I can make a judgment call and go, well, to be honest, the thing that matters more to me is the crit rate, not the overall roll quality, and it's actually quite low, so maybe I shouldn't use that piece, right? Because this this would be poor. This would need to be improved. Versus this piece down here, where I would go, okay, it's giving me 67% quality, but it doesn't matter because it's perfect rolled speed, and all I care about is speed, right? All I really give a damn about is speed on this piece. Well, if it's 100%, I can ignore the overall roll, ignore the other substats, because I can just see it's 100% perfect. That's all I want. Now, it could be that we need to then look at, okay, can we improve, like, you know, like we've got down here, substats required. Then perhaps we would do some sort of advanced filtering or deep filtering where you'd go, okay, only sort of filter out all of these speed substats that are less than 50% on my speed gear. That could be a filtering option then going forward in terms of like, okay, that's kind of what I care about, right? So I could basically look at everything with speed and I can say, okay, well, I need to have substats with speed. And I can look at these and I can go sort by my speed. And I can see from this, if I ignore the glyphs when I do that, that actually my triple rolls are quite poor, right? This is good, but it's only 40%, right? It's low rolled. You know? That's what I can look at here. Is that low rolling? Yeah, it's a quad, isn't it? It can go all the way to 30. You know? So this is a quad roll, and it even works out with mythical gear, right? So it's a 5-star mythical. So it's gone to 23. It can go to 25, so it should be quite high. This one here, 22 out of 25, should be quite low because it's missed a bit. This one, absolutely perfect, 100%. So on a 6-star piece, 30% attack on a quad roll is bad. Well, what it's basically saying is you are 70% less efficient on a quad roll of perfect value. So you can make a judgment call whether you think that's good or bad. Depending on the piece and depending on how you're using it. Is it weighting the multi-rolled substats more? No, so what it basically does, Demetra, is it just averages it, right? So it basically adds 75, 60, 50, and the 0%, and then it divides it by 4 to work out the roll quality. The roll quality is probably a bit off, you know? I probably need to do it. It's like, this isn't final. This was just a concept in a good enough state that I could bring it and show it. So we could kind of see how good it was as a concept to see if it would work. Like this one here, it's a quad roll speed shield, but it's actually, it's 5-star 21. Okay, it's basically quite poorly rolled, 20%. So you can kind of look at that and go, well, do I want to keep a 21 roll when my perfect roll, this is a good example of what I'm trying to say. A perfect roll triple is only 1 speed less than a badly rolled quad. That's the value of this. You don't see it much without looking at this. But it is quite big because you might actually not want to keep this piece because you maybe think, well, I have better roll speed gear. Obviously, it's a bit of an edge case, but like this thing here, 100%. 100% on this. So you might be thinking, with this piece here, you'd be going, okay, well, the only things I really care about is speed and crit rate. Well, both of them are 100%. Cool. That's a very good piece to keep. I think an overall sub-roll rating is a bit misleading. Individual sub-roll ratings for each sub would be more... Individual sub-roll ratings for each sub would be more usable. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Dimitra. It is giving me individual sub-rolls. This is the individual sub-rolls. It's just determining an overall quality based on all of them. So obviously, like this piece here is 83% because pretty much it's high-rolled everything. So like if I look at my best, this is my best roll piece. Because pretty much perfect roll, 1 from perfect roll, or I think 2 from perfect roll, right? So that's my best rolled quality piece. It's a 5-star, obviously, because I've only looked at 5-star. If I look at 6-star, it changes, right? As you can see here. This is why I'm saying ranks, sometimes rare gear is easier to actually get a good roll quality, because there's less variance, there's less chances it can go wrong. Hey, in the bin. Does the roll score do glyph rolls too? No, because it ignores glyphs, because essentially there's no limitation with glyphs, right? Once you rolled your piece, you've rolled your piece, you can't get any better. Whereas glyphs, you can always add more glyphs to get to the maximum if you want to waste them, right? Yeah, like, I do think to really find the value of it, we'd need some sort of, like, filtering on the substats rather than just sorting by overall quality. I think the idea that I wanted to start with first was just having a quick way to filter the worst rolls, right? At the moment, it's clearly not working, so I need to figure out why. But the idea was just to quickly flip the view and go, okay, show me all the pieces down here that are basically terrible, and should I sell them? Like this piece here, I can look at it and go, well, it's basically low-rolled everything so far, so it's like the worst rolled piece on my account, but it's not rolled, right? So that's obviously what I should do is kind of do... artifact level to level, say level 12, right? Cool. So I can look at this piece here, for example. It's a kill stroke piece. It's rolled crit rate twice and speed, and it's low roll both of them. So I can start looking at these pieces from the ground up and going, okay, well, I'm keeping this piece. Is it really worth it considering how badly it's rolled? Is this piece really worth it considering how badly it's rolled? Yeah? That's the concept I was thinking of this system. This piece here, it's triple roll defense percentage, but it's pretty much low rolled everything, so it's pretty bad. Right, this piece here, hate attack percentage with speed, crit damage, HP. It looks really cool. I've actually awakened it. But now when you actually look at it in the context of the rolls, it couldn't have rolled worse. It may have rolled the right substats, but it couldn't have rolled the actual ranges worse than it possibly could have. Because we got two worse, like, awful rolls. One roll that's basically 1 away from being awful, and then an accuracy roll that's basically 10 out of 12 instead of 9 out of 12. Now, sometimes these pieces do fit, and they're probably worth keeping. Like this piece here. It's actually giving me a roll quality of 15%, but it's got a substat of 60%. So, yeah, it's like what I probably need to investigate more and think about more is how can I actually leverage this now to give you the information you need to be able to filter. But it's in my head I was like, what we actually need is an ability for players to be able to identify in their list of 15 million artifacts which ones of them have actually rolled the worst, right? So if I was looking to cleanse out my stone skin gear, I have a lot of stone skin gear. Some of it's good, some of it's bad. I can look at this now and I can start from the bottom and I can work my way up, right? So what I'm actually doing is I'm keeping the best rolled geared and I'm getting rid of the worst roll geared. Yes, Giovanni. Does the XP boost affect account XP? Just champion XP, Matthew. You could have categories for pieces like damage, sustain, accuracy, risk. Yeah, I mean, context is everything, isn't it? You know? It's like you can contextualize everything in a way. It's always a bit... Yeah, it's always a bit challenging. I just need to find a new playlist. One second. Oop. Let's see. Featured. Ooh, let's go for... How good is this? We'll play this. Let's see how that is. If a low quad roll is the same as a high triple roll, isn't it kind of the same piece? Yes. That's a fair argument, Deoxy. It's a fair argument. It's just a question of whether you want to keep more of them. So what I'm saying is a way for you to identify the good quad rolls, I guess. Quad roll and triple rolls in an extreme scenario. It's more relevant for when you've got double roll or split rolls, right? So if you've got like these split rolls here, that's where it's more relevant because a split roll high roll is better than a split roll low roll. So when it's like extreme into a single stat, you tend to keep them. Like this, the helm that I had right in Days set. The helm that I had in Days set here, where was it? This one. Obviously, overall, it's a pretty bad piece, but because it's such an extreme value into speed, it's probably one of the fastest pieces on my account, so you would kind of like overlook it. So when it comes to like extreme numbers, it's not so good. It's more when you come to like these types of pieces where it's like you're dividing the rolls across multiple pieces. You know, do you want a little bit of nothing? Is kind of like what I'm looking at here. It's okay. It's kind of like mid roll, low roll, low roll, very low roll. Right, that's kind of like what I'm looking at more. So. Isn't some percentage stats worth more than flat? Like it seems to auto any to 25. Yeah, so like for example, if I basically said I want the best way to look at that is if I basically look at my 6-star amulets and say they need to be crit damage with attack. Then when we actually sort this by, it doesn't really matter what we sort it by. When we sort it by attack here, you can see that's got 50%. That's got 80%. This attack one's got 67%, 93%. So obviously the wider range, the bigger it will be. So like for example, you know, attack 53% versus something like down here where we've got 36%, 48% on the defense there. You know, 7%. So yeah, flat stats will be more wide. Single percentages like speed will be much closer. What about accuracy and resistance in the same piece? You can make that decision, right? Can you open any type of song? I mean, the soundtrack's pretty good library. So, or when you start with the progress missions, need to max 40 glyph pieces. Which ones do you pick? Flat stats. That's what I did my max 40 in flat stats. So, do you think it would ever be possible for the optimizer to locate pieces for you instead of doing it manually? It's something we've talked about. It might be something we do in the future. I find the optimizer seems to prioritize accuracy, resistance, speed over crit rate and crit damage. Or in terms of the rating, it very much depends on the set, right? So any savage gear, if it finds resistance, it's not going to prioritize it very highly, right? So I have a few resistance pieces here, and you'll see like the best one it's giving me is strong because it had attack percentage, right? If I sort it by best rating here, whoops, best rating. And we only have like 16. You can see here, like it's giving me godlike because it's probably indexing the crit rate and the accuracy, but it starts weighting any sort of resistance roll quite poorly. I generally don't keep much resistance gear though, so it depends on the set. Although I will say the artifact ratings are probably next on mine and Hellhades hit list to actually improve, because there's been so many changes to artifact sets and this, you know, there's ascension levels and everything else now. Actually trying to rate an artifact has become a little bit more challenging, because what we should have, for example, is on amulets, if you have a critical damage amulet with attack and it has got a ascension level, so can I ascension rack is at least 1 2 3 4 5 6. So this piece here should be negatively scored a little bit because it rolled HP, right? It should basically look for any crit damage amulet that has a corresponding flat stat in high quantity with either 12% crit damage ascension or the corresponding flat stat attack. And it should weight the corresponding flat stat a little bit lower. So for example, the amulet that Jintora is wearing should actually get a medium-ish roll, because if you can see it's kind of doing it somewhat without the artifact rating. It should give it a boost because crit damage and crit damage is good. But because we've got 2 rolls in HP, not 2 rolls in attack, bad. Now this piece here, probably better because it's crit damage with accuracy, but the resistance should devalue it, because resistance with crit damage, bad. Versus something like this piece here, accuracy, again, resistance should devalue it, defense should devalue it. Not really, I suppose defense doesn't really devalue it. It's actually quite a difficult equation now to actually manage. Like this piece here, the resistance roll should devalue it, but it's still a pretty good attack roll, 76. This piece here, accuracy with defense, with crit damage. Generally, if it rolls accuracy with any other substat, it kind of should have punishment a little bit. It's very difficult to weight, though. Like, it's just one of those things that we need to now basically kind of... Honestly, I think I'm going to have to rewrite the formula and the equations that do the artifact ratings to bring in more of these contexts. But, yeah, it's next on my list, so... Bit weird. The rewards in the arena tournament, 6-star gear for top 3. I think it's just because it's a special tournament. I've had some crit damage gear that double roll with good rolls on crit rate and crit damage. It says very good, not legendary or godlike. Yeah, it's not perfect at the moment. That's why we advise never do it based on sell. It should give you an indication of the gear that you want. So I should be able to go in here and kind of go, okay, give me all of my bin gear, right? And I can look at it and go, okay, is it just giving me a bin rating because it's bad? Like this is a bin. This is a bin. You know, this is probably a bin because it's 4-star. This one, bin, because it's low rolled my crit rate. No speed. Probably a bin. This one, HP flat roll. Bin, shouldn't keep that. This one, speed 12. Bin, flat stat. It's not enough. I'm obviously on end game ratings here, so that makes a big difference. End game ratings are going to put this very, very high. The threshold for me is much higher. This one here, attack percentage with accuracy and crit damage, but again, look at the low roll ranges. What I will say is the rating does take into account roll ranges, okay? So the ratings have always taken into account roll ranges. We just never showed you what the roll ranges were. That's the difference with this. It's actually showing you now what the roll ranges are. So it would actually devalue a piece if it low rolled, and it values a piece that rolls higher. There is that equation is built into the ratings. So they're two independent systems and doing two different things. The rating is kind of giving you an overall assessment of it. Is the artifact good based on the substats it has, based on the set that it's in, based on the quality of it and where it's rolled. Whereas the roll quality is just kind of giving you an assessment of how good is the actual roll ranges on this piece. Has it high rolled or has it low rolled? Right, so it's doing it just the rolls independently. So, but yeah, this is what you should do with artifact ratings: is basically use it to find the pieces that the account shouldn't have, and then make a decision when you look at it to go, is this a piece that I need to keep? So this piece here, for example, is saying bin at the moment. It could be strong because I haven't rolled it, but it could be that actually even this piece here, I might keep this piece because in my head I know I haven't got enough cursed gear. So I'm going to keep it because 6-star with a speed roll is probably better than no gear at all. But once I start getting a lot of cursed gear, this is the piece I would go back to and go, okay, well, I've got better pieces now. I need to sell it. So don't sell all your bin items just because it says bin. Use the rating to identify the artifacts, then make a decision based on it, based on what your account is doing at the moment. That's how you should use it, like this. Defense percentage with triple flat defense. Now in isolation, this might be okay, because you can't really get more defense on a single piece. But the rating will rate it low because this could have been crit rate, it could have been resistance, it could have been accuracy, it could have been HP percentage, right? So in general, there are better options than flat defense. But if all you care about is defense, like say like you're doing a extremely slow clan boss stun target that doesn't require speed, that doesn't require accuracy, and doesn't require resistance, well, this is probably as good as it's going to get for a stun target. Because you don't want HP, you only want defense. It's about as good as it's going to get. The roll range is pretty good. So it's like, you can't just sell it. Like the rating is going to give you an estimation of what it thinks is good based on the average outcome, the average scenario. Generally, you want crit damage, crit rate on Savage. Generally, you want accuracy on Perception. Generally, you want speed on Speed. Doesn't mean that the piece that it's rating as bad is a total bad piece, because it could be that the context has a very, very unique niche. It's a very, very, like building a Renegade. Most people would not build tanky crit damage unless they're defense-based champions, right? You wouldn't build HP percent crit damage on a Constantine. So therefore, most of the time, the artifact ratings are probably going to rate it poorly. If I look at Renegade that I have, most of these pieces, if I just zoom it out a bit, are going to be rated weak. Very weak. Weak. Why? Because it's going, why would you want crit damage here? That's very strong. Like, why would you want defense percentage with crit damage? It wants crit rate, right? It wants speed, potentially. Why would you rate resistance here? Well, because I actually just want the health here, right? So there's always scenarios where you will break the rating, but the rating will hopefully tell you whether it's a good piece or not. That's the idea. How can you judge? Well, there is it probably needs to be updated, but there is a article here that will tell you about account progression as to how we have coded it. Now, we'll probably update this article when we update the progression system. When we update the ratings, we'll probably update this article to best fit now the new things with artifact ascension, empowerment, area bonuses, faction guardians, everything else like that. But if you follow the principles of this article, that's where you should set your account progression. Because essentially it doesn't matter if things are progressed because the ratings will still be based on how that context was set out. So as long as you conform to that context, you should be okay. So. Yeah, exactly. Like late game used to be Lydia. Now it's probably a bit early. You know, end game now is probably actually things like when you start empowering champions rather than just having them. That's when you start hitting like max faction guardians. That's when you start hitting like max ascension rankings, right? So when we're looking at a mid game to end game build, this is more like an end game build because we're fully ascended, we're prioritizing stats, we're pushing extreme stats here, versus something like a... trying to think of another nuker that I've got that can do stuff. Elhain, I think she's built. Versus something like this. This would be more of a late game build, right? Still pretty good stats. Mid to late game this build, right? But there's no ascension. Versus something like Vlad, for example. Vlad, right? This would be what I would call like a late game build. You haven't started progressing on your artifact ascension anymore. He's not empowered, although he is awakened heavily. And that's kind of like where you're moving toward. You haven't awakened your gear. You haven't maxed your faction guardians yet. You haven't started empowering. That's kind of like the transition to end game now, I think. You know, an end game champion is this. Look how filthy this is in Clan Boss. Look at it. We've upgraded the Jintoro. It's filthy. Absolutely filthy. 8k attack, 314% crit damage, 167 speed on 2-star. This is end game building, right? When you start getting area bonuses maxed out, when you start looking at purely ascending gear, right? Look, he's currently got a max ascended banner, a max ascended amulet, a max gloves, max weapon, max chest. Ring is at 3 out of 6. The others we haven't ascended because they're terrible ascension stats. We need to improve them. So yeah, I mean, what I want to do this week, if I get time, is basically record a full tutorial on how to use all the features of the optimizer from a technical perspective, how everything works. But I just obviously got to make sure that all the changes we've made from the mobile optimizer, we've bug fixed them all, we've got to the bottom of all of them. Obviously, the big talking point at the moment, and it's something I definitely am looking at, is this new balanced mode. People are rioting about priorities. So I'm trying to find a better system that's going to make this what people want, that also doesn't go back to sliders, because I don't want the sliders back, because I feel like sliders are confusing. So that is on my list tomorrow. Anyway, let's get back to the gameplay a bit. I don't think my roll ranges are ready for what I wanted to do tonight, but I want to just do a poll. Based on what I've just shown you, would you use it? You said in one of your latest videos that you need the right setup in a Crizia. You need the right setup that a Crizia deals good damage. Well, her multipliers are quite awkward. She's actually got quite low multipliers. So when we're talking about Hydra, she needs a team around her. She's not just going to walk into any Hydra team and like do 200 million. Right? It's not a cadaver team. I think that was the context. So my current working... So the reason why people don't like priority is they feel like they have less options. They like to do like 5 priority sliders. They like to adjust the rating and be able to call like priorities that were extremely high. They feel like they can't get the builds back that they used to, which I can understand some of them. I think some of them it's new and they're a bit they're like it's changed. I don't like it, but I can see some use cases that is now restricted by it. So my current My current thinking, and this is subject to change, this is just my musings over the weekend as I've been thinking whilst not coding for once, is to increase the priority checklist to 5, so you can prioritize 5 stats. Move the arrows from below the stats into its own, like, priority ordering menu, like into its own section. And then from that menu, I plan on adding something called a super priority to 2 substats. So the idea being, I could say I want speed and I want accuracy, and then I can basically say I want the speed to be as fast as possible, so I can set a super priority. So in the old, what it would fundamentally do in the old system is it would set like speed to the maximum possible, and then it would have accuracy at like 4. I know some people might be coming back and why can't you just bring the sliders back? I personally feel like the sliders led to newer and inexperienced users getting confused by them, led to experienced users then creating an internal bias that they thought they were doing it correct when they weren't. And also I felt like there was a lack of context between, okay, what does 12 mean versus 8 versus 6 versus 16, right? I get the concept of being able to change the slider value, but what does actually setting 16 mean or setting 8 mean versus itself? So if I set speed at like 8 and I set accuracy at like 7, what does that mean? Because there isn't any real context to it. So by changing it to a checklist, I was hoping to basically have it like, okay, I need these minimums, and then I want to prioritize my build based on these stats, and then the stats of importance, I'm ordering them below. That was the goal. That was the concept. But I can see how it has taken functionality away from some people, and that is not, you know, our goal isn't to make it harder or take things away from people. Obviously, there is, you know, the other thing that people have asked for is why can't I see the comparison with damage now and all those things. Those things will be coming back to table view. I just need to make a view that's going to be able to cope with it, because obviously hover effects on mobile do not work. So that's something I need to make into, you know, it was always a plan for me to add that back into the list, but we felt like it wasn't important. It wasn't a blocker to go in live, right? We could always add it in the future. But I do see a lot of people, you know, I was actually surprised by how many people cared about effective HP when they're doing damage mode. Because to be honest, if you want to do damage, you don't really care about how tanky you are. You just want to hit, right? And I know there's concept that you want to do damage in Hydra, but that's why we have the 10% max HP mode. That basically makes you into the damage mode with survivability. So, you know. Hi, Saf. About to build Gory. Are we still holding that Gory superior to Yakal? Not superior to Yakal, because Yakal has decreased speed as well. But superior to Creodon, yes, in my opinion. Wow, this is what happens when you spend like 9 hours of your day looking at champion code. You just remember everything. But realistically, anyone that knows what they're doing, they only use one priority every time they run the optimizer. Well, apparently not. What I would love is 3 priors. You have 3 priors right now. You can basically specify 3 priority stats. So like, for example, if I just show you what you can, you know, just show, visual is always better. If I go into the raid optimizer here, right, and I go into like Krisk, for example, when I go balanced mode, I can basically say that I want a minimum of 250 speed, I need a minimum of 500 accuracy, and then I want as much HP, defense, and resistance. When you set more, you can prioritize based on what is more important. So I could say, well, health is the most important, then defense, then resistance. Or I could basically say, no, resistance is the most important. And it will prioritize it. What it won't do at the moment is make a super priority, right? What this doesn't allow you to do is go, all I want is as much speed as I can. So what people used to do, and let's just to see if it can work still, Lissandra, right? What people used to do is go balance mode stats, and they would say, I want as much here. Let me just reset this. Balanced mode stats, I want all I kind of have in speed. Optimize. Just give me my fastest build. I haven't got the hell. Let me just put this on. When does the free trial end for mobile? Probably on Tuesday or Wednesday. It will definitely run tomorrow. Right, you can run this, right? And it will basically return the fastest possible build. It should do. It should do, if I basically include everything. I wasn't including everything. Okay, it should return my fastest possible build here. 389 it's saying. So you can still do that, but it's not like sliding it to 16 like it used to. So like, for example, if I go to Morrigan, because I have max faction guardians, I could probably get this faster, right? Because I can probably go reset settings, balanced mode, configure all these stats, maximum. Off we go. Right, and that would basically get me a 388 speed. Right, so that's what it was doing. Obviously, if I was to do like 5 glyphs, 389 speeds. Okay, so I still feel like you can do it, but people clearly are not happy with it right now. So take any champ, no matter lock status, take any lock champ, take the best champ from any forms. Yes. What are we answering there, Hobbit? If you're answering the question, what do these mean? The second one will take any the second one here will take any artifact that is from the set that you've required. So it will not take artifacts on lock champions that are not the set that you have required. But this allows you to almost go, I want to build Relentless. Make sure you include every Relentless artifact in the build without actually including the other artifacts. So yeah. I think that's just people aren't scrolling down. Yeah, I think that was an option. That is true. So that's what I said. One of the goals I want to do tomorrow is basically make it so that when you press these, there's almost like a button here or something that says configure stat priorities. I might even take the stat priorities here and put it behind a button. I don't know yet. I'll see what I'll do. But yeah, these are not visible always, so people don't realize it. So that's obviously a thing I need to fix, right? So put it into that for sure. Is there a way to not have the cards by its default? Yes, Zach. So if you're going to manage account, if you're going to optimize settings, if you turn off this enable modern UI view, Zach, when that is disabled, if I run exactly the same thing I just ran, I'll get the list by default. Okay? And you can pause it, view it. A couple of other people said, oh, I can't wait. I can't view it till I can, I can't view it until I have watched it. Well, you can pause it now. We added that feature. It wasn't on live, but we did add it. It made sense, right? So you can pause it. The optimizer will still process in the background, but you can then view it. The reason why we disabled it originally was because now that this is in one view, essentially every time that the optimizer would send an update from the optimizations, it would replace the one you were looking at. So it kept kicking you out. So we had to do some sort of pause mechanic. Whereas the old view, it would leave the thing up on screen because it would send it to a different view. It's just the way that it's programmed. So have you considered making the list view default and the card view optional? No, we feel the card view is better, but we respect that people prefer the list view. So we've made it possible that people can turn it off if they want to. If they want the list view, they can enable it by default. It's there. But as I said, what I need to add here is a comparison. So you can see the stat differences, but what I need to add is skill, EHP, and different things to this view. I've also seemed to have lost silver swap cost here, which I seem to have deleted. So I kind of need to add that back in. So yeah, I probably will add that as a view comparison details button. Click that. When it pops up, it'll give you the differences in all those stats. But as you can imagine, the reason why skills aren't there to begin with is when you view it like this, it's much easier because I got a lot more real estate. When you try to put it here, I can't really make the table any bigger, right? That's the problem. I can't really make the table any bigger. So, okay, 74% of you like the new feature that I was showcasing. I will build it then. For you people that want to do multiple prios, do one prio at a time. See your possible maximum limit as you go. This way you can see where you lack on gear. Yeah, like some people gave me an example where it was like, I said, well, why didn't you just set 400 minimum? They were like, well, I don't know that I can get 400 minimum, so I have to keep doing different jobs. So I can kind of see why people just want to do, why 3 could be too limiting. So I wanted to leave the weekend to basically give my brain some time to recharge, because I was making decisions based on like just instant reactions, and I needed to take a step back and have a review. So right now my thinking is maybe increasing the priority list to 5 and then having the ability to make some of them super priorities. So it almost like would triple the weighting of that stat. So it would make it much more important than the other stats, but I still want those other stats. I think that's where my head is at the moment. And obviously improve the UI so it's very obvious that you need to order them. Okay? With the stat roll things, what about doing a XX/NN amount? So you say a 6-star legendary roll is max 30. The card shows a thing. So you're thinking Ruthless, instead of having the percentages on the substats, just having out of 30. It could work. It doesn't work with the glyphs, so it would have to be on that pivot view. But it could work, yeah. Did you enable the config to use... Oh, sorry. Yeah, so this option here is very confusing. I don't know what I can do to make it more obvious, but I'm trying. Let me just... Sorry, I should be prioritizing doing stuff here. I will be streaming tomorrow again, by the way, guys. I think I will be doing a lot of the gear cleansing tomorrow, because I want to try and release the feature and use it. So I'll probably be doing that, a lot of gear cleansing tomorrow. I know I said I'd be doing gear cleansing tonight. I said I was doing Richthof the other night, but hey. Actually, I'm just doing training. So yeah, this second option here, it's about the set that you've required. So if you don't set a required set, this does nothing. This will only look at the sets, the artifacts pieces with the set that matches the required set. So if you put Savage here, then it will include every Savage piece, irrespective of any lock status, but it won't use any artifacts on the locked champions that are not Savage. It's a quick way for you to basically check all of the artifact set you want without actually having to go and manually unlock and lock people. Can we get a lock artifact? It's actually quite complicated, Dutchy. We've primarily done it based on champions because we feel like you'd want to lock a champion. Potentially we could lock an artifact. It would just become much more complicated. But it is something that people have asked for in the past. You know, I feel like we want to maintain almost like you're building champions, not artifacts. So it's kind of like we went with the champions because like the champion is the important object, right? So the champion is what I don't want to lock. But I've had situations in the past where it's like, I don't want to use these particular gloves. There is a workaround where you can kind of go, okay, well, I don't particularly want the Savage crit rate gloves that it's trying to give me, so I'll just not use any Savage gear. But that's not really a good solution because it might be a Savage piece that isn't really good for damage that kind of fits what you're trying to do. So I can see the value of an artifact lock. I don't know what the pressures are in terms of like local storage to add it, because if you think there's lots of objects, so that if we have to lock a specific storage of an item, then it could become messy. And then what do we do with the configuring of the artifacts here? Obviously, you guys don't see champion roles yet because that's something that's in beta that I'll eventually release out when it actually is relevant to what we want to release in the bigger picture of things. It's there for a reason. I just haven't said why. It's a bit aligned with this artifact rating thing that we've got that I've just shown you, where the role eventually will actually incorporate into a new tab called Analysis, which is hopefully going to look at your gear and pair it against the role and then give you an analysis as to how strong that role is, how strong that build is against the role that you are using them for based on the stats and the artifacts you're using. So, for example, on a damage dealer, it would basically look at how much of your gear is in the right sets, in the right substats, how much of it high rolled, how many resistance stats do you have, which is a negative, and kind of try to give you a summarization of the quality of your build based on the items you're wearing. Because right now, it just tells you what you're wearing. And Optimizer will try and find you strong builds, but that doesn't necessarily tell you whether the build is good. It just tells you that's the best build available for what you've asked it to do. But if I was after, say, like Liss, for example, right? So if I take Lissandra, I can basically say that she is a turn meter booster. And the Hellhades power rating is basically player power, but properly done, rather than what the in-game does, which is how much resistance do you have in your champions. So, for example, if I said this was a damage dealer, it would say this build is really poor because you have no crit rate, you have no crit damage. If I say it's a turn meter booster, well, you've got a lot of speed. If I said you were a debuffer PvE, it would give you a better score because you've got accuracy, right? That's the concept. If it's a tank, it's going to lower it because your EHP, which is actually reasonably tanky. If you're a PvP, then it changes the rating based on how much damage you have. I need to revisit it. I haven't looked at it in like months, but that's the concept. So you would basically say you're a turn meter booster, and then the analysis tab would look at your build and go, okay, I can see you've got a low roll here, you've got a high roll here, you've got a low roll here, you've got a really low roll there. So this is good. These are the areas for improvement. Out of like the community, your Lissandra based on a turn meter is like, I don't know, 40% the quality of the best builds in the community. That's kind of like what we want to go towards with like that roll rating. And especially on like the champion guides on the website, we kind of want to have a system where instead of us arbitrarily placing substat priorities in the champion guides, we kind of want to inform it based on more reasonable data, which is like, okay, well, of the community members, 74% of them have used Lissandra as a turn meter booster, and the priorities of stats they've used is speed and accuracy, because those are much more higher based on a base stats, right? You can kind of determine how someone has built a champion in terms of stat priorities based on how much ratio there is between their base stat and the actual stat they have, right? So for example, there's basically a 1.9 ratio between crit damage base and total, which means that I haven't indexed at all towards crit damage. Whereas if I go towards someone like a Constantine, he's actually got a 284% to 63, so it's almost like a 4 times ratio. So therefore, crit damage on Constantine is much more prioritized towards crit damage, but his speed is only 163 to 105. So what we kind of want to do is like go, okay, well, based on 63% of players' usages have used them as a speed booster, and they prioritize speed and accuracy because those are the ones that have got the highest weighted in ratio, the biggest ratio versus their base stats. And then that kind of gives you much better guidance on how do I build this champion. Because if I just arbitrarily go on Lissandra and said, well, you need speed, accuracy, I don't know, HP, it's just an arbitrary sentence that doesn't change over time. So that's kind of like where I want to get the gearing recommendations on the Hellhades guide, to be actually driven by data that's relevant to players based on the way that players play the game, rather than just me and YST basically going, well, we could use him as a debuffer, right? Take the new Monkey King, for example, which we should be getting information on. Not maybe he's going to come into the game today, you know, as in tomorrow when we wake up, because it starts tomorrow, doesn't it? Maybe they just release it straight in tomorrow. But the Monkey King could be built in 2 different ways. The Monkey King could be built as a accuracy, like a debuffer. Well, if you build him as a debuffer, you don't want to do damage because of the resurgent issue, right? The resurgent mastery, if you deal too much damage, you place the debuff, it instantly takes it away. So most debuffers do not want damage because you reduce the effectiveness of you placing debuffs. But most damage dealers don't want accuracy because they don't want to be polymorph, they don't want to place the debuffs half time, they don't want to waste stats on accuracy. So when we're recommending gearing for Wukong, it's like, well, it's depending on how you're going to use him. Technically, accuracy and speed is really important if you use him as a debuffer. But as a damage dealer, crit damage, crit rate is really important. So me and YST will sit there and we'll arbitrarily write out a list of recommended stats, but it's really based on context. And it's the one area of the champion guides on hellhades.com that I'm really not happy with right now, is that gearing section. I feel like it's just, whenever I try to do them myself, I just feel like it's a poor man's implementation, and a lot of people rely on them and then will use them somewhat as like stat priorities in balanced mode. And I'm like, no, that's not what you should do. As we're in Christmas wishing mode for the team suggestions, can I have an option of configuring assume I have this champion? The reason I want to give it is it worth on times 10? It's a common request. It's actually quite difficult to do, Hobbit, because the way that the team suggestions loads into your account is based on what you already have, right? So we'd have to almost like regenerate the cache and things, which is quite complicated. If we do anything, the first step would be assuming the champions you have in your forge with 100% of the forge of the summoning portal. that you have 100 out of 100, you just haven't summoned them yet. That might be the first step. That's the thing. We want to do so many different things, but it's always time. You know, what I didn't want to do this weekend was do any more development because I needed it to be stable because we got a very busy weekend. People are using it for lots of different things. The only thing I did hotfix was Epic members weren't getting any remote tokens, so I hotfixed that yesterday to make sure they definitely were. Or I think did it this morning. But that's kind of like the main kicker is trying to make sure it's mainly trying to make sure that we do work on things that people want, and trying to make sure that we don't end up creating a lot more server pressure on something that people might use once in a blue moon. Because nothing is free when you do development, right? Everything comes at a cost. So yeah, it's starting to... Well, what was confusing Zombieland is if you actually read like what the creators got. I think Smiley posted it in his announcement channel. It said they'll be adding the champion tomorrow, which is like when they announced it. So I'm surprised it's not in already. So did you figure out how Wukong's passive is calculated? Well, I won't know until it's in the game, Deoxy. Once it's in the game, I'll be able to data mine the skills and how it works. I'll be able to look at the actual skill configuration. So, but yeah, in terms of a Christmas wishing list Hobbit, it's not that we will never do it. It's actually just a lot more challenging than you would think, because essentially the champion doesn't exist in your account, so we'd have to artificially insert the champion into the account. How would we do it? It's probably easier on team suggestions because I can probably put some sort of filter in to basically like add it into your list of accounts, like basically like artificially change the IDs within your account. So it's probably easier than team suggestions than it is anything else. Anyway, to not use a specific piece of gear other than equipping it on another champion, you can exclude the set, Michael. That's what we were just talking about. You can exclude the set if you know you definitely don't want to use that particular piece. It will unfortunately exclude all other pieces of that set. All the other options, you put it on a champion and just lock that champion behind a tier that you're not using. I think ideally actual build of the champion should be accessible somewhere. Build of what champion? Dimitra. And yes, Trance, it is so powerful that we have all this data that the community is sharing through the optimizer. It is really good. Like, big feature that we want to do is your stats, right? Give you analytics based on the teams that you run in your teams properly, what your average drop rates are from different dungeons, what your clan boss chest drop rates are, what your sort of champion builds are against the other community. Give you little like achievements in the game. So like, you know, you've run dragon 10 million times, you get a little banner that says, hey, you're a dragon slayer, right? That's the kind of stuff we also want to do as well. But again, it's time, right? Mobile optimizer got prioritized because we managed to figure a way to do it, and obviously we feel like the more we can include people, the better. I had one comment from someone who basically said something like, oh, you need to stop chasing subscriptions. And I like, as I pointed out to people, like, we're trying to add mobile optimizer not to punish our existing users, but to stop punishing our users that were mobile only, to give them access to something that you guys had but other people did not. And obviously that comes at a cost, and that cost sometimes can be a bit too punishing and we need to pull it back. But I don't think anyone in the team has sat there saying this is definitely not changing, or we definitely won't fix this, or this is the way it always is. But, you know, to make something mobile, it's not like I can just flip a switch and everything stays the same for desktop. I don't really want to have two separate development pipelines. So as much as we can merge it and make it good without taking away from the other side of things, that's what we kind of want to do. So, is it possible to implement adding filter artifacts into selling requeue, so to be able to filter something like bin and sell them, not to have search manually? Yeah, there's something that someone mentioned earlier. We do, you know, sometime in the future maybe we will add the ability for you to just like select in game. It's not there yet, but yeah, we are aware that obviously like it's awkward to have to then go find that artifact after you've just entered it, you know. I know RSL help has a feature that's similar to that. So the thing is, at the moment our extractor pretty much doesn't write to the game. Yeah, it's a listener. The extractor that you run on your PC is just sat there listening to the things that you're doing. So when you get a new champion, it goes, hey, there's a new champion here, let me refresh it. When you run a battle, it stores the battle in the team suggestions and in your account as an achievement. When you hit certain achievements, it creates achievement breakpoints. It doesn't actually write anything back into the game. You know, obviously RSL Helper does, right? RSL Helper is writing specifically into the game to make it run, make it click, make it do things. So it's easier for him to like locate things. It's also probably why Farb has such a nightmare when a release comes out, because he's got so many things he has to check, where ours is much easier. So we can get an update out within minutes, whereas Farb probably has to take a couple of days. We actually we did do, like, Wolfie did start doing quite a bit of work on the multi-account feature. But we felt like, because Mobile Optimizer was coming and lots of different things, we put that to one side whilst we did Mobile Optimizer. But I think there's a very strong possibility, especially if we do like a repeat of the free-to-play series, like we did at the start of this year. I think there's a very strong possibility that we have some sort of multi-account support. Is HH Gaming hiring anytime soon? I don't think we are at the moment. Fiction handles all that stuff. So, is there a plan to support multi-instance of Raid? I can start using it. So, multi-accounts, not multi-instances. I don't think we'll have multi-instance support, but definitely multi-account probably. But yeah, service costs money. You're right. Like, instead of looking at the stats, yeah, I mean, so what I could do is what I did with Masteries, right, Dimitra? Basically have a much more functional build module where you can, like, show the substats you want in different things. But, you know, it's just, do I want to do that, or do I want to do something a little bit more dynamic? Because the problem with all those build things is I build it once, and then the game changes, and when the game changes, I now have to go back through 700 champion things and update them. Masteries, thankfully, don't really change. So there's very few. You know, we might go and add a new mastery setting because they've released a new piece of content, but generally speaking, masteries don't change. Whereas builds, I feel like you're much more susceptible to the situation of, okay, now I need to go and change all the builds that I've set because Avenging is now terrible, or Cursed is no longer very good, or all of a sudden Retaliation now is the best set that I can do. Whereas if we did it on a data-driven approach, then all we have to do is start excluding data. It's much easier to manage because the data should be more live updating. Whereas if we did any sort of fixed point in time guide, then, you know, it's not like sites that I use a lot at the moment, which is like you know, Maxroll. Maxroll have a little bit of an advantage because if they're doing D4 content, well, there's 5 classes. Each class probably has like 3 or 4 leveling builds and 3 or 4 endgame builds, so maximum 8. 8 times 5 is 35. Maintaining 35 guides to update with different patch content is much easier than trying to maintain 757 guides. That's a bit of the problem. You know, it's only going to get worse. The more champions they keep adding, the game just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It creates a bit of a hurdle for us because, you know, even just adding new ratings for things like Shogun, that's not a simple task. To some extent, we can do a bit of a mass thing. Like, we probably know, for example, that if we're talking in seriousness, most uncommon champions for these end game content's not going to work, so we can give them a lower rating. But there's always some edge cases, right? Armiger is still a great maximum HP nuker, so it takes time to go through them. We have methods of mass updating, but it's actually giving them the right scores the hard part. So, hey, subscriptions pay for all you on the team. If they don't like it, tough. it's good that we do these free weekends from time to time. And, you know, there is a free trial, so people should be able to actually, like, fully test out all the functionality without needing to actually pay a penny. If they don't like it, they can cancel before they get charged, so... It's a bit of a funky music, isn't it? A Night in Paris. Does Torch Hell work well on unkillable teams or only block damage ones? He's the revive comp. I think it should not matter. I don't think it matters. But I'm not an expert on Torture Helm teams, so, you know, don't quote me on that. Too bad we can't add tags to gear as we can for champions. That could be used for gear pieces to ignore when optimizing champion. Yeah, potentially we can add some sort of context to it. Not necessarily maybe a lock option, but almost like a, you know, like this is an important piece. So I'm not ruling it out. What I'm saying is it's not as simple as, like, what we don't want to do is overcomplicate the system by having, well, you can lock a champion, you can lock it based on tiers, and you can lock an artifact, you can lock that based on tiers, and you can tag it, right? What you end up doing is creating complexity for users. And we try to do as much as we can to make it as simple to use, which is not, like, you know... I would say we failed a little bit on updating documentation and guidance on how to use it a bit. Which is why you'll be seeing now Hellhades, while he's on holiday, he's done a bunch of videos to help people just build standard teams. I'm going to be going through recording, like, almost brand new, what does this page do? What does stats do? What does glyphs do? What does this option do? How do you get a team? How do you go back to your team? How do you select champions? How to filter? All these things that we do on stream, I'm going to do them as video items, so you can almost like do a whole walkthrough. It'll be like a playlist on the HH Gaming Network, where you can basically do a playlist and go through every single thing and learn completely from the start to finish, how do I use the optimizer? Because I think that's an important factor. Like, people need to know how to use the system. A lot of the concerns we've had come back from people is because they've been using it in a way they thought was correct, and actually now that we've changed it, they've gone, I was using it wrong the entire time. You know, which is fair, because we haven't done a very good job of telling people how to use it correctly. So, if it is a 3-turn Sylvan Watchers, could be great for the new guy. Yeah. Hey, Seth, as you're collecting feature requests, is there going to be any possibility to export champion stats? I personally, and I don't know whether, like, you might think that this is a mean thing to say, I don't like that would basically make us just a third-party service for your own needs. If that makes sense. You import your data into our system to use our system. I don't know if I want, and I can see it both ways. I don't really want to give you a method for you not to use our system. If that makes sense. Now, it could be that, to be honest, I'm just being a little bit possessive, and I kind of need to get off my high horse, which is, you know, fair enough. But that's kind of like why we haven't done it yet, because in my head I'm like, well, if I do that, then essentially I'm inviting you not to use our system. But I do get why people want an extract. There are ways to do it already, but it's complicated. So, what if you need a back-end developer? Why do you people have random orphan pieces that you don't want to build? I don't get it. Well, sometimes, for example, Dimitra, it's a very good example here. Say like you're building a damage dealer, and you know you've just got a savage piece that's triple roll crit rate, but you haven't rebuilt a damage dealer yet. Then what you don't want is to go and build another champion that you want for damage, but you don't want the best. You want the best damage build, but not using the piece you know will probably go on a better attack-based nuker. That would be a scenario where you would want to exclude that one particular item. It happened to me on one champion where it kept giving me the quad roll, basically Geomancer. Okay, have I been on the wrong view all this time? I have. So Geomancer, for example, he's using this. That's not the right Geomancer. This one. No, that one. Geomancer here is using this this helm here, right? 29. I knew I was going to be rebuilding the Geomancer. Every time I did any reflex build, or actually anytime I did any speed build, anytime I did any damage build, it was like, I'm going to give you this piece because it's got so much speed. it was better to run that as just a one item, which I didn't want to use. So essentially, that's why people want to be able to exclude a piece, because they're like, well, I know I'm going to use it on someone properly, but for the time being, because I need to build other champions, just don't use this one, please. Take it away. That's why they would want it. Oh yeah, so if you're going to use SW, that sounds like Sylvan Watcher to me, not Sun Wukong. I went from free weekend to free trial and now paying sub. In 3 days? I'd have used your trial, mate, but I appreciate it. One thing that would be great when you select where you want to optimize a champion in the battle menu, you would be able to apply instantly the recommended accuracy and resistance. So a bit like what you can do in Team Optimizer. That's an option, yeah. I could probably do that. I use the optimizer every couple of months, but I keep the sub rolling and sub here. The work you guys do is absolutely insane. Given your work ethic and passion, Faintless are going to be epic. I think Faintless is going to be, hopefully, a great success. But the thing about Faintless is it's going to be like, we're not going to see that success for a while yet, because we're going to have to build the game, right? We're going to want to do it well, so. But I appreciate your support, Ruthless Pug. I really do. We all do. They need to increase the armor. Yeah, they do. 1300 is a bit tight. So I've kind of offered, do you go for the Titan event? So is there 4-star ultimate soul in it? I'm actually going for the rank 5 rewards. So I actually want to get the rank 5, the milestone 5 page. I don't really care about the soul. I'll pick the soul up, but I'm actually doing it for the rank 5 ones because it's got an eternal soul stone and legendary tomes. It's well worth it in my opinion. I have kind of put the free to play on a couple of weeks break. I just need to get a bit of time back for myself. And I don't have time to play that account at the moment. So I've got the Emic. So we're going to put it on like hiatus for a couple of weeks. And then when I get my head back around and I got some more time in my head, then we'll go back to it. Just because, you got to prioritize, right? You got to prioritize your own sanity. Yeah, so we've got to look at this hero's path. I'm at 290 points at the moment. I'm tempted, by the way, guys. There's a reason why I'm doing training. It might happen tomorrow. If you're in my group, I have a lot of bursts saved up. This is peanuts for me right now. I might do it, as I'm now a filthy Emic abuser. Please include updated instructions for those of us who don't have a GPU that meets your requirements too. What are those improvements still available to us? Yeah, so right now, Laggard, you can use remote optimization. What we wanted to do when we designed the system was not just to prioritize mobile users, but also look at people who were still stuck on improved brute force because of their PC, or they had a low quality PC, or their PC was old and it couldn't use all the latest technology. So using remote optimization means you can get the same quality builds out of GPU optimizer, but using our remote services. Yes, we know it's premium at the moment. Might change in the future, might not. We need to see how it goes. But at the moment, it's free to test it, Laggard. So if you want kind of like a preview of what you could get, use this remote optimization. I will say, though, I probably should do something about, a recommendation here that says you should use our remote services. But yeah, I will probably cover off improved brute force. A lot of the new stuff isn't in improved brute force, which is a shame, Doesn't give out the best results, but it's still there. We obviously don't want to make it a completely paywalled function. So we won't take brute force away until we can offer a solution that allows remote optimization without having to pay for it. That's kind of like where our philosophy is. Our philosophy with premium features is never to paywall anything unless we absolutely have to. The reason why mobile extraction and remote optimization is currently paywalled, essentially, is because service costs money. And also what we didn't want to do, which we've kind of done anyway, I guess, is slam the servers. So I guess we kind of did that anyway, so. Because we didn't know what. It's always like chicken and the egg, yeah? Which came first? So it's kind of like how many people want to use mobile services? Well, we don't know until we actually offer them the ability to use mobile services. So it's kind of like we didn't know how many people would want these new systems until we put it live. So yeah. We actually need to do a bit of live arena. I need to do a bit of tag team, otherwise I'm going to demote. So we're going to have to do that now. Do I have Marta? My Marta is actually... I don't know if she's still built in a Giga build. She was built in like a hefty old build, is Marta. She might still be. I don't know why we've got Christmas songs on here. That's a bit too soon, I'm not going to lie. Marta. I think she's still built heftily, is Marta. Yeah, well, we dropped down a little bit. She's built in high resistance, high accuracy, very fast, very tanky, because I used to use her a lot into Doom Tower bosses. So she was built with enough resistance and accuracy to land everything, to resist everything apart, even Bommel, when we had decreased accuracy and debuffs on. Very, very fast, and then I would use her, you know, counterattack and stuff. But I don't use her anymore, but that's why she was built. I should maybe looked at, you know, to use it, so. Excluding specific items would be an amazing feature. Another idea is to mark an item setless, so it would be included despite excluding certain sets. That's very complicated, Dead Space. I don't know if we'll be able to do the second part, but I'll have a look at seeing if I can exclude specific pieces. The reason why I asked about Torture Helm is because he seems to not need to be killed and then stunned if he dies every time. That's fine. If he doesn't die, that's fine. A bit strange. Yeah, as I said, I'm not a massive Torture Helm abuser, so I couldn't tell you. Any chance the optimizer can get a force sets option? I get broken sets for marginal gains, and I would prefer to have a strict option without having to choose manually choosing all the sets. Do you mean required sets? Because you can do that already. Scorpio, if you want to do required sets, you can do so here. How come you're awake and why am I not sleeping? I was up late today, so I'm kind of awake. It's been a day. Christmas is right around the corner, right? So Scorpio, if you want to require a set, like say, like for example, I want to build Geomancer and I want him in Stone Skin 6 artifacts, then I can do so. We are working on right now, Wolfie's working through the problems and the code, an option for you to specify requirements for Stone Skin and Protection as accessories. What we think we're going to do, and I think this is better, is keep it so that you can set up to 6 minimum artifacts, or set up to 3 required accessories. We're not going to have up to 9 because we think that will get complicated. We feel like it's much better for people to just say I want 3 accessories and 3 main, or 1 accessory 3. You can still get your 4-3 split or your 3-4 split or however you want to do it, but we think that just might be a more comfortable user interface for people to just go, I want 6 Stone Skin artifacts and 3 Stone Skin accessories, so I get 9, or I want 1 accessory and 3 Stone Skin to get my 4 pieces. It just offers you the flexibility, you know? We're still on Christmas music. Clearly we found the Christmas part of this. There you go. I don't know. I know that, but that is manual. Just choose an option that makes the optimizer give you the best build without broken sets. I mean, my response to that, to you, Scorpio, would be what from the broken sets doesn't make it a best build? What are you actually asking it to do? So, for example, if I am building for damage, well, I want the build that's going to give me the best damage. So if it gives me broken sets, but that happens to give me the best damage, then I don't really care. Now, predominantly what you will find is if you've got a high enough defense rating, damage will always give you Savage Cruel. You don't even need to require it. It's going to know, because it calculates ignore defense and all the different bonuses, the best damaging build happens to be ignore defense. If you do it for Clan Boss, it will actually not do that because it will pick broken sets, right? So if I look at my Gintoro right now, Gintoro is built for damage towards the Clan Boss. I put him in Fury, but it hasn't required the second set to be Cruel because it's going, well, this is going to give you the best overall damage because of the Awakening and everything else. So I suppose my response back to you would be, In what scenario would not having would the broken sets be a problem for your goal? Even in balanced mode, it will, if you're prioritizing accuracy, like, so for example, if I went and said, okay, you know what, I need my Romantu, right? If I reset my build, I need my Romantu to give me accuracy, right? I just want accuracy, and maybe I want 250 speed, right? It's going to give me the most amount of accuracy that I can get with 250 speed. It's going to do that naturally. Why? Because that's what it's going to do. And what has it done? Well, it's found 4 protection sets, so 2 sets of protection, and then it's picked 2 pieces which have particularly high accuracy and speed, and particularly high accuracy and speed. So sets don't matter here because it has actually looked for sets. It just happens to be that I've got 2 pieces that tend to give me the most amount of accuracy. So what it's saying is, even if I found you a speed boot here with accuracy, this is going to give you overall more what you want as your goal. So that's kind of like why I would suggest that sets don't really matter when you're doing that goal. Now, if there's a specific example where you found a situation where actually the sets would be better for you, then I would suggest just drop me a DM on Discord with the details, and then I can have a look, because it could be we've overlooked something that you're particularly doing, right? It's crazy how much the optimizer can change when I get like one person approaching it differently and I go, I didn't really think about that. That's actually kind of making sense. I should have probably looked at it in a different way and approach it, right? A lot of the optimizers, it has been built from community feedback. So yeah, that's what I would suggest. If there's a particular example you've got, then you can DM me, and of course we will always listen and always look at that. But I would say on the principle of sets versus stats, it should always give you better stats, because that will give you a better build, and it will require the set if the set gives you a better build. It's kind of like how it's programmed. Nothing new there. Nothing new to awaken. I technically can awaken Ultimate Death Knight, but I can't be bothered right now. Right, let's get some tag team done, shall we? So after Smite trigger Ice Golem passive? No. Smite, Brimstone doesn't trigger Ice Golem passive, but it does trigger the twins. I think what he's asking if there's a way to make it so it turns out a build with sets, no broken sets. Yeah, I know. A human might not find the best combination of 8, though. They might not know whether it's best to go 6-2 or 5-3. Yeah, I know that's a possibility, Elfish. We might have to change it. But I think initially we're just going to go for that so that it's at least supported. If people come back and they find that actually it's awkward, then we will change it. Because this is much easier for us to implement, right? Otherwise, we have to go and completely refactor the concept, because right now it looks at artifacts and accessories separately somewhat in terms of the sets. I had a problem with Optimizer giving no result when it required stats were 3 to 5 points lower when they actually were. I had sets prior for accuracy to see if it was possible. Okay, would be nice when optimizing for damage if we could select the content stage and boss wave instead of manually putting in the target sets. You can, Demetra. Demetra, you go select an area. Yeah. And you go, I want to attack the spider or the Fire Knight. I want a wave clearer for Fire Knight hard 10. And what it will do is it will pick the tankiest target to optimize damage against. Ironically, really, really squishy versus like normal, which is like really, really tanky. But that's what you can do there, Demetra. Just do it in battle there. I know it's a raid request. It's account-based, I guess. But in my case, I really want some champions and full sets because the broken sets can be used for set scenario. Yeah, as I said, Scorpio, if you've got specific examples, if you can give me that example, then I will, of course, we'll take it internally and we can see if we can figure out a solution that meets everyone, that still conforms with what we want to make the optimizer do, but also gives you what you want, right? I do have a cat. She is, I think, downstairs at the moment. It's warm upstairs, so she tends to be downstairs when it's warm. So, yeah, battle tab is really important, guys. If you are optimizing for damage, you need to do your battle tab, because this is how it programs your damage calculations, right? So for example, if I wanted to do damage to the Ice Golem, or like Fire Knight, and I wanted to do damage to the boss, I would pick hard. Then I put no HP I put HP destruction here, right? But you have to make sure you select damage mode, because when you select damage mode, then it gives you these options as well. So you can prioritize 10% of the boss's max HP, which in damage mode, that basically means it will basically find a build that can hit the 10% max HP of the boss, then prioritize tanky stats, because the rest of the stats don't matter. This is why I want to do those video tutorials, because I want people, I feel like I need to give people all this new information about what everything could do, because I think a lot of people are using the optimizer and not even aware any of this happens. So yeah, right, let's do some of this. Easy wins. Probably that. Beat the speed trap, tank it out. That looks good. Do multiple bolster set stack? They stack and shield. In fact, if you have one really piddly bolster set and one really giga strong shield set, then bolster, even though it's pretty poor, will convert the shield set into a protected bolster. It's actually kind of bonkers if you ask me. I'll wait Shadow Legends here. Let's just wait. Perhaps it'd be useful to have settings such as assume less than 20% HP, because then the Fury bonus will apply. Well, Fury bonus doesn't really matter, because Fury bonus, like for damage mode, for example, we talked about Fury, but we basically decided that there was no value in having a Fury multiplier outside of calculations. So what do I mean by that? Well, the build that you get back, with or without the Fury percentage, will be the best build. It will just be 50% stronger when you have the Fury proc. Now, for the skill calculation, so like you actually see how much damage, the number, then yes, it's relevant. But for the actual, like your actual, do we actually, yeah, nice. I mean, he's probably got Swift Parry, they always do. But for the actual, like, is this the best build? Fury would just multiply everything by 50% linear. It's a multiplier. So it will be 50% stronger. But it wouldn't actually make a difference to the build outcome. The build it would recommend would still be the strongest build. I messed up. I got one void from daily log and opened it, and then thought I changed to mysteries and opened 10 voids. Oh. Well, that's not good. This one's going to take a while, this fight. I might lose this one, I don't know. We'll find out. Because it's just... Look how many buffs that Cardiel gives. It's just stupid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 buffs on... Like, Quintus would just one-shot this. But Cardiel with Pythian, it's just so many buffs. Like, I'm basically going to do no damage because the passive of this stupid guy is, like, fully stacked up. So many. I know they'll fall off pretty quickly, but... Will it fall off quick enough? When you start chunking him. Oh boy. Oh boy. He's going to stone skin himself. I just don't think I can do this. Nah. I didn't think I could. It was a 50-50 when I did that. It's just so stupid. It's fine. I need to win a lot to get back up to promotion, unfortunately. Which kind of sucks, but, you know. 'Tis what it is. Seth, how do you deal with the optimizer when you want survival mode, but to... how do you deal with the optimizer when you want survival mode? I would basically go balanced, put a minimum defense that I feel is appropriate. So, like, for example, 3,500. And then I would... from that, I would then put priority on HP. So basically, that what you're basically telling it there is get me as much HP as you can from 3,500 defense with regen, of course. That's kind of what balanced is for, where you're not truly looking for the most survival build, but you need... look how stupid Terrace is. Just about survived. I don't know if we'll be able to do this, though. Need to get rid of his passive. There we go, now we can. Nearly got me. He had no buffs, by the way, guys. The whole point of a multiplication effect is actually to make it do damage. That dude basically one-shot me with no buffs. It should need the buffs to do damage, not like just one-shot me without them. Honestly. But yeah, I wouldn't prioritize the minimum HP, Mike Wanda. I'd prioritize the defense, because generally oh god, again? Generally it's the defense that's more important. Alright, well, we can... I need to take out the neck right here. That's the first point of call. Put him under protection. Because they're going to pick on him a bit. Once Necret's dead, like now we can start taking out everyone else. He scares me, I'm not going to lie. Let's just take our Cardi out. Now what we need to do is proc his passive. And then hopefully I can steal his passives. Nice. So yeah, so normally you don't need more than 3,500 defense. Very rarely you need more than 3,500 defense. Oh, well, that was awkward. Basically, whenever I'm up against a Kaimar, it's always a 50-50. Did he basically take my stone skin or not? That's the 50-50. If he takes the stone skin, I'm alright. If he doesn't take the stone skin, I'm okay. But if he takes the stone skin, I'm kind of in trouble. So now I'm probably dead. Because I'm never going to get a turn. Got one chance. Nah. Skip battle. I need a triple win. That's the problem here. I'm not triple winning. It's really frustrating. What I mean is, if you assume less than 20% HP, a Fury set may be used. Whereas ordinarily it wouldn't be. Yeah, but the thing is, if you're going into a situation where you know you're going to be less than 20% HP, you just require Fury. You know that you're going to know whether you need Fury or not, right? So you just require it. I think people are trying to get some middle grounds for the 5-star build, currently using 6-star build, banner accounting for 6-star build. Kind of bad, but just pony up and pay your silver to regear. How did clan boss go? We actually got a new number. So... where was that? We got a new number because we rebuilt Jintoro and Seeker. There's still room for growth. What's set on Lemic for Art Live Arena? Probably Bolster. Makes sense. Or Guardian Bastion. Obviously not Guardian at the moment because Guardian's bugged, but when it fixes it, probably Guardian or Bolster, right? So, yeah, Gintoro, yeah, it's a bit gross. He's hitting 700,000 A3s in fully Fury stack now. It's a thing of beauty. It's an absolute thing of beauty. But there's still room for growth because, you know, era bonuses, 6-star Awakened, plus 4. I reckon I can still get this to like 140 million. Easy. With all this extra effort. Hence why I'm like, maybe I should just go for the 4-star Emixol to add like another, like, I don't know, 5 million damage. I'm really close to the 200 mil, right? Getting closer. It would actually make Brimstone much more consistent as well. Protection on Emic is not bad as well. Basically, anything you can do to protect the Taunt and keep him alive. If you can protect the Taunt and keep him alive, you know, even Ward of the Fallen might be a good idea if you've got a good High Awakening, so. Sapphire Taragi, Claude Sand last year and Thane. Can you show it can work? It should work, yeah. You should be able to put it into a 2-1. Guardian Bug is basically when Emic takes self-damage at the moment, he's putting his own skills on cooldown. Because his passive is proccing on self-damage, and Guardian is considered self-damage, ergo he is killing himself. It's a bit dumb. I'm not going to lie, it's dumb. I reckon I beat that speed trap. I think it's more 2. That's good. Can Turvo work on that team? Yes, he can, but you will lose decreased defense. But, I mean, with all, like, you know, cruelty and, you know, area bonus ignore defense, like, you probably... We're entering the realms now is, do we even need decreased defense, right? I mean, I'm not saying we're there yet, but we're not far away. Like, the boss now goes from like 1520 to like 480 defense, which is still too much to maybe not completely do it, but the value of decreased defense is dropping considerably. So maybe Turvold does better. I'd imagine Ninja could go in there. But the only problem with Ninja is you don't do... Ninja's problem is he doesn't do A1 in that team, right? That team doesn't A1. So the issue you've got is how do you scale Ninja's passive? Because he has to do A1, A2, A3 5 times. We don't, you know, you're relying on counterattacks basically. And then does that like kind of cause problems with turn meter? So yeah, it's first world problems, I guess. Can we get a triple? Probably not, because trying to kill this team with Elva is going to be an absolute nightmare. Oh, well, we can get rid of some buffs. That's cool. At least we're fully AoE. They only have one reviver. That's pretty bad. Okay, then. Let's scale it up. Got to take out this. Oh, there's going to be so much continuous heals. It's going to be so frustrating. Okay, one down. We killed it once. How many times are we going to have to kill it before we have to, or before we can actually, like... Kill it again. Okay, the problem with this team is going to be killing the Elva, because our dear friend Cupidus is weak affinity to him, which is a problem. So we haven't built the Richthof team yet. Might do it tomorrow, but tomorrow might be a hefty gear cleanse stream, because obviously we've got to take advantage of the... I haven't really taken advantage of the gear swapping system yet. That's on my list of things to do still. Kill him again. Look how much he literally survives with. So annoying. It's gonna die now, though. The challenge is, can we kill the Elva? If we can't kill the Elva, then we're kind of stuffed. This could just be a forever fight. And trying to kill the Elva, who is also, like, behind the Ultimate Death Knight, is a problem, as you can see already. Like, we're not really touching the Elva right now. Yeah, I thought it would be a problem. He's weak affinity to Elva. I should have paid attention. The frustrating thing is, for me to stay up, I just need to win 3. But I'm not winning 3 at the moment. I'm just having these problems where... I'll just win that with speed, win that with Cupidus. Do that. How is it a speed trap? Looks like a go first team. Not sure. Emic also puts Fatman's... Yeah, Fatman is also happening with Emic. It's a bit of a problem. Do you think Turvold or Draco would be better? Draco. Because he would do decreased defense and weaken. And you'd also have full debuff bar, so you'd hit really hard on a counterattack. Can you use Totoro Rhyme Hide to direct the stun to him? In what context? Ninja and Fury and Retaliation might be more consistent then. It potentially, as long as the turn meter that Ninja gains is not going to break him, right? The turn meter that... Let's just throw out some AoE, see what we can do. Oh, we killed the Rotus. There we go. The turn meter that Painkeeper gains on a counterattack is not a problem because she goes first anyway. So it doesn't matter if she gains 15 turn meter or 10. It doesn't really matter, right? It's not a problem. Saf, do you ever share? Yeah, if you remember the minions, right? There's a channel on the minion chip on the Discord that has all my share links. So you should be able to get them from there. Now we're just waiting. We're waiting. Healing up Blimming Pythian while we're waiting. So, what about the speed and what should I do about the ones, put it 1 key? For what now, Amar? For the stun, you'd have to somehow get an extension for the Sandlash or something. It can probably 2-1. I'm not entirely sure, right? What I'm saying is the champions are the right champions. Whether you can get it to 2-1 and do it properly would be difficult. So... Yeah, Totoro's main problem is what you see a lot of problems with, which is it's a bit like Dwedan the Runic and a couple of other champions. You either make them the stun target, so you either make them stop the stun or you have to stop the debuff. You don't get the option of both, right? You can't get the Veil in the right place for Totoro, which is a big problem. It's the same with Pythian, right? You can either make Pythian cleanse or you can make him block the speed. You can't make him do both. You can't make him cleanse the stun and the speed debuff. You don't get the option of both. I should have expected Stone Skin. Okay, 3. Okay, we took 2. I probably can just kill you. Okay, well, we'll take that. We'll stop you from taking a turn. And Ragash just one-shot me. I just cannot get a 3 win tonight, can I? I can't get lucky. I should have expected the Stone Skin because they didn't have a speed boost. I just can't get a 3 win tonight. I mean, I'm probably faster than them there. That looks like it's going to be hell, though. And that looks like it's going to be hell, so I don't really want to fight that. Harima. Lockout stun, lockout stun. I could probably just one-shot it. It's not a problem. Double Rodus. Probably win that eventually. Yeah, if you book it to 4, it's fine. It's when it's not, it's a problem. Would you build Jorg, the Breaker in Savage or Stone Skin Savage? Damage dealers, always in Savage. I really don't rate Stone Skin damage dealers, personally. Thanks for the company tonight. I'm off to bed. No worries. Have a nice sleep. Hope you sleep better than I will tonight, probably. In Cloud Boss teams, is it possible to direct the stuns to Turo through his A3? All affinities. If you can make it so that the only target that isn't veiled is Totoro, so the Veil, then yes, because the boss can't target if he can't see it. And if he can't see it, then he can't If he's got, you know, the veil will stop him seeing it. So yes, if you can get the veil right, then yes, you can on all affinities. Sent you a different approach to building teams using the optimizer in DC. Where is that? Where have you sent it to me? Where have you sent it to me, Elysium? I'm trying to make a team comp with Tutorial Rhyme Heights so you can stun with Painkeeper for Unkillable. Yeah, it should be... If it's booked right, it should be possible, but Tutorial is difficult. Me and Hellhades had much problems when we tried to use him for one of the challenges. Yeah, I would say so. But even then, I'm not a massive fan of her in Stone Skin. She catches people off guard more than it's viable. The only reason why you can kind of get away with it with Hefrak is the passive allows you 2 attempts at the A2. If you didn't have that extra AoE hit, then she's a bit of a noodle. She doesn't hit hard enough. Now we just got to kill this ultimate Death Knight, which is fun. Oh, can we kill the ultimate Death Knight, please? Right, there we go. So now we just probably need to wait out one more turn for that last set of buffs to fall off. This is why Mortimer Carbs are not a problem for me on defense, because I can just wait. And now that he's got basically no buffs, I can do that. It's a bit awkward. I'm going to proc his passive hit. I can just wait it out and then wait for all the buffs to fall off, then kill him. That's why I don't like Ultimate Death Knight, though, because it's just like, wait 2 turns to play the game. I might not just... I might just get out Rotus here, but we'll find out. The goal here is, can we just tank a little bit with this shield, right? And they kill themselves on me. That's the plan. It's whether or not they actually like to target the Cupidus. Yeah, you just can't make a nuke without Savage Lethal. It's just the reality. Like, you need very strong Stone Skin gear is what I'm saying. You can't just knock things in Stone Skin and expect them to do jobs, so... Just gonna not hit him. Hit the Cupidus. I know he's weak affinity, but the problem is they're gonna wait for Stone Skin to fall off and he's gonna one-shot it, and Cupidus has just done nothing to, like, break it. Maybe we can kill the Siffy. There he goes. That's what I was worried about. I mean, we can get a revive off at least. There's a small hope. It's very small and it's gone. I cannot get a 3-win tonight. It's stressing me out. I don't really want to be doing Tag Team Arena, but I don't want to demote, so... We're winning, but we're just not winning 3, so we're not gaining enough points. That's what's really frustrating is we're not... Normally I can get triple wins. If I can get a triple win, we win, basically. But without triple wins... Oh, an Emic. That sounds fun. Yay, we get to fight Taras without my skills. So we're going to get 1 shot. Woohoo. Yay. I shouldn't have taken this fight. I'm such an idiot. Why did I take this team? Okay, move on. Yeah, I know. I just don't want to demote. So I have to fight, basically. Because I don't want to demote. Alright, well, I can just take them away. See what I mean? So the problem is, if you can't stop the taunt getting taken away, then he's useless. If you can protect the taunt, then he's strong. Well, I'll just kill the Emic. Don't attack the Cupidus, right? If I don't attack the Cupidus, The Cupidus can't do anything to me. Yeah, obviously if they ignore 100% defense, you don't need Savage Cruel, naturally. But even if they ignore like 50% defense, they still need Savage Cruel in my opinion. I'm going to just do that to get rid of the buff. I guess we can't do anything, so might as well use the A2. Kill it. Okay. Honestly, 2 more 2s, Pythian Ultimate Death Knight's a dream, because I just waited it out. The annoying defenses is when it's Yumiko Warlord or something like that, and you can't do anything, right? It's like the top team here is the awkward one, because I can't really wait it out. Like these teams here, Kaimar Warlord, I have to outpace them, which is difficult with the Valkyrie. But I can't wait it out. Like Jorgid, you can kind of outspeed or tank them a little bit, but he is a bit scary with Stone Skin to tank. Like this middle team here is not really a problem because I can just power through this way. Harima can become a problem with it. Rotus is just a bit of a nightmare. Hellhades a bit of a nightmare. Like, I don't mind tag team. The problem is I just don't want to demote. I'm in this phase at the moment where it's awkward for me because I missed one window, so I'm now in this like where it's much more competitive. Like goal 2 is much more competitive, like goal 4 and goal 3. It's like, you know, it's like I'm basically fighting this team now because I have to. If we do that, we can get here. We killed. Do that. Kill. Revive. AoE. Killed himself. Now I hope we don't get a revive from Uko. Good. He sheeped himself. That's really bad. Nice. Where are those buffs? Yeah, gold 1 and gold 2 is very competitive. Gold 3 and gold 4 is much easier. And the other problem is I basically I put my defense up a bit late. I put it up like an hour or like a day later, which is a bit of a problem. The fun part of this is going to be, can we kill the Harima? Oh, we got close. I probably can AoE the Harima out now and we win. There we go. This might be the first 3-peat win of the night. We might get 3 wins. Do you do live arena? Yeah, I might do it, but I might not have time. I've been trying to put more effort into live arena recently because I want the area bonuses. I don't enjoy it. I do it because I have to, not because I want to. So... like, they just... It's going to be so... What people haven't quite realized is everyone is about to get 4-star Ultimate Death Knights. It's going to make Arena worse because now everyone's going to have 4-star sheep. It's just like, I don't want to have to deal with this every single time. It's like every single arena fight I have to have a fight with Ultimate Death Knight. And it's just boring. So the game lacks diversity so hard in arena. It's unreal. It's not even like they're winning because of Ultimate Death Knight. It's just taking me longer. I'll win this every single time. Yeah, I can comfortably beat pretty much every team that I come up against, right? I'm not losing any of these fights. I'm just not winning every single one, which is why it's taking me longer to get back into promotion, because without the 3rd win, like, this is going to be my first 3-peat. And I'll get, like, 30 points. This might even push me up into green. See? It's much better when you win 3. When you just win 1 by 1, it just takes so long. Because that's given me 30 points. The last one only gave me 20. Or 10, right? Because it's plus 10, minus 10. So I basically got 10 points. This time I got 30 points. So winning... This is why when I said on last stream, if you can get a scenario like this, where if you can avoid a scenario like this, where you lose every single fight, that's better, right? The only reason why I lost against this guy is because he's got 2 Tarases, 2 Marichkas, 2 Warlords. Like, the dude needs to stop spending money. Yumiko, Leorias, Duchess, Kimmy. You know, I can't stop those teams. But the idea is if you can stop yourself losing every single one, you're halving the amount of points. It's like a significant amount of... You're only losing a third of your points instead of 100% of your points. So that is the important thing. Like, this guy here is just throwing up champions to make it annoying. This one, I can probably just counterattack that to win. I don't think that's a problem. I think I can do that. I can't put Baron up against... if we take away his passive, we can. Feature request chan. Oh, is that on the main Hellhades Discord, Elysium? If that's the case, I'll probably... can you DM me? It's easier. There we go. I can... I didn't... It's just... A1 for now. We're going to have to wait for the other friggin' stones to fall off. Don't stun me. Don't stun me. Don't stun me. Nice. Kind of lost. I don't know. Maybe. Should have held it. I was worried about that. I'm going to lose. Because of Mighty Yuko. There's a small possibility that I win. Very small. If I can get a very good nuke off on this. Oh, that was good. Might be okay. It's very close. I just boost that now, and I can just Sky Piercer it up. Wow, it's close. Okay. Great. Really looking forward to this fight. Can't stop the Romantu. I'm going to do that, though. Don't counterattack him. The good thing about Constantine is we can throw away the block passive skills. So, because we don't want the block passive skills, we can get rid of it, which is nice. That's not great, I'm not going to lie. We're kind of suffering a little bit under the Romantu pressure. Like, this is where I would really want that A3 back. But I don't have it at the moment, so he's protected for a little bit. But not for long. I can't really buff him either. Let's just do that. So I'm probably losing Constantine there, yeah. Bring him back alive, though. Problem is, until I can get rid of Romantu, this is going to be a problem. Don't actually know if I can even stop this from happening. I might lose because of Romantu. Right, the only good news is they can't AoE me now. So hopefully I can figure out... That's fine. Now I can block that. Can't throw away the passive skills yet, so... Basically need to wait until I can throw away the block passive skills, then I can block revive the Romantu, and then I can win. As long as I don't attack the Mortu, I think we're alright. Let's just try and take out the Ultimate Death Knight. He's down. That's awkward. Swift parry's not great. We're getting on top of it bit by bit now. There's a Romantu A3 coming back out just as I threw away the passive skills. It's so frustrating, isn't it? Fortunately, he's protected at the moment, so... Kill him. Now we can AoE. Kill him. Kill. Throw away. There we go. Hoorah. Yeah, do that every meta champion, right? Does taunt require accuracy? No, it does not. It is a buff. Buffs do not require accuracy. That is the advantage of it. I'm at level 84 with Ukrainian during live last night. I couldn't do anything. I know. They're just too strong. They need to do something about it. Does Guardian on Mortal count as hits? No. But if you hit a Brogni with Mortu, yes. Right? So if Mortu takes damage from Brogni's shield, then yeah, that counts as hits. This is a damage Tormin. Will we actually just get around to doing damage? Let's see. I can get a bit of a shield out. Don't they? They really need to, in my opinion, take away the turn meter or something from Warlord. He's too strong. He's way too strong. Like, look how much he's just got back there from a full heal. It's just way too much. It needs to be... Like, he's got too much in his abilities. It's too strong, in my opinion. There's no way I'm keeping this team alive. Damnations! One hit away from triple hit because of the stupid Warlord. I'm so tired of doing tag already. I don't want to do any more, but I'm not in promotion. Oh, I just need 2 or 3 wins. That's all I need. Have a look at that tomorrow, Elysium, by the way. I still want to do another one. Alright then, who else are we going to hit? That's just very high player power. I'm not going to go there. Problem is, he's just going to revive. Stone Skin makes it impossible. Go. I shouldn't have AoE'd there. I'm just going to get her killed. Can't do anything. This is why I say Emmett can be quite good if you can protect the taunt. And they protected it with Stone Skin. So, if there was no Stone Skin, it was easy win. But because I predicted no Stone Skin, it's now a loss, you know? Appreciate the revive boost. So yeah, because I can't get lots of triple wins, this is just taking so long tonight. Normally I'd have been done by now. So, how about a Hellcat and Emic in live arena will be annoying? Yeah, it will be. You're right. Nice. This was all about, do we keep the stone skin on? As long as we keep stone skin, it's fine. We win. So if we hadn't had the stone skin situation, that would have been fine, but we did. We probably just need like one triple and one split win to be safe. Like this one is fine because I can just put my speed team up. I'll win that every single time. That first one is a bit tricky to kill. Try that. Yeah, tag team is hard. This one is going to be... This what is for... You know, people will sit there and say, oh, you know, you hate Ultimate Death Knight. Ultimate Death Knight's really good because it helps him. This is just why I hate Ultimate Death Knight. He puts a 2-minute time on every single encounter that I have with him. I'm now waiting 2 minutes until his stone skin falls off. It's just boring. It's not like he's going to win because of it. It's just slowing the game down. You know, they're more than happy to have like, oh, have an instant clan boss feature. How about we don't have a 2-minute Ultimate Death Knight every single battle we have? How about that? Is that an option we can have? Because I would love that. That would be great. Well, I didn't have the problem before Ultimate Death Knight came along, Gherkin, and Stone Skin was here before Ultimate Death Knight, so I know what you're saying. You're saying that the timer is because Stone Skin is on. Fine. But it's an issue that was created by Ultimate Death Knight's passive more than Stone Skin itself, so whichever way you fix it, whether you balance it around Stone Skin or balance it around Ultimate Death Knight, the problem remains that Ultimate Death Knight is adding a 2-minute timer onto a battle that I will win. It's not like I'm not going to win this battle. I've won this battle. But now I have to wait 2 minutes to kill him. Because every single target ability I do doesn't work on him. Look at it. It's so stupid. It's so frustrating. And it's in every single arena battle. And they're going to give now 4-star to every single person. It's just so annoying. I have AoE damage. I have 2 multi-AoE hitters. It's still taking me forever because Ultimate Death Knight just has lots of innate tankiness. There we go. 2 minutes, see? Every time. Okay, we kept Stone Skin, which is good. My turn. Okay. And now this is a kind of want to kill a Pythian, I'm not gonna lie. It's a tanky old Pythian. Oh, that was a big chunk. Okay. Still got a nice chunky shield. They won't attack him straight away because he's negative affinity. Can I take some more buffs? Nice, thank you. There he goes. Now get to them before... Don't stun me. Oh, you stupid, stupid stun target. Don't lose because of that. Okay. There's the other revive. How many more times do I have to kill the revivers? Don't stun me. Get the revive off. How has he got his revive back already? Oh, God's sake. Oh my god, it's so close to dying. I'm so losing my mind with this. Hey, YST. Okay. Your turn to revive. It's fine. Don't kill me. Kill him. No. Okay. Okay. Kill the reviver. Ah, oh, thank the Lord. How is Ultimate Death Knight, how is Necra not doing the same? Because Necra you can actually target for damage. Most people don't run Necra in Stone Skin, they run him in Bolster. There's counters to Necra, there's no counter to Ultimate Death Knight. Nice. Okay, how many Stone Skins did we take? Oh, we took 2. That was important. I'll drop that. And I'll drop that. Again. There we go. It's good to see that Soul Reaper's doing its job, not. Okay. One more win, and then we're good to go. Whoa. That fight took you 3 minutes when the Ultimate Death Knight only took 2. Because... So... This middle fight... is about the fact that they kept reviving. But I could do something. When I'm fighting Ultimate Death Knight, I've won the fight already, but it takes me another minute and a half to kill it because Ultimate Death Knight's got Stone Skin, he's super, super slow, and then even when you get to him, because he's got this passive, you've got to work your way through it. So what I'm saying is, he's not a win condition. Technically, if Candrathon got going, he's a win condition. Ultimate Death Knight is never a win condition. He's a delay tactic. And 9 times out of 10, he delays you to the point where he just slows the fight down, doesn't actually win a fight. I don't tend to lose much because of Ultimate Death Knight, but I do spend an awful lot of time watching Ultimate Death Knight just take hits and not die. I think that's what it comes down to for me. Right, let me show you a counter to Necrat. I don't know if I can get this. I need to take Marichka's. Stone Skin is such a problem as well. Might as well just blast my way through there. Now the good thing is, I can time this to perfection. I don't actually have to kill this champion just yet. I can just wait it out. I've got Necra, so I've got Romantu. So all I have to do is just wait it out. Don't put anything on her just yet. Don't make my dude do a lot of damage. Now I can. Block passive skills. Take the termite away. Kill it. Not a problem. That's why Marichka is not so much of a problem. It's Taras with Marichka. Because you can deal with Marichka, you just can't deal with Taras. Okay, what can we take away? All of them. Lovely. Right, this one should be okay. A bit again, I got to kill the Elva, which is actually quite difficult in this team because he tends to weak hit a lot. And Elva is always an awkward champion to try and take down. YST, what are you doing up so late? It's like 2 in the morning. Cool, Elysium. I'll have a look at it tomorrow. It makes sense for a plat push to slow down the time, but TT is kind of boring. Yeah, I mean, it's just because he's in every single team. There we go. So how do you counter Necret the Great? This is an ideal setup for Necret the Great, right? How do you counter it? You stop it from doing what it needs to do. So you just wait it out, okay? Rhodas can't really do anything here. We're just going to put a shield on there because I'm just waiting for a couple of things. So the first thing you do is you kill the Necret first. Now, I can't kill the Necret just yet, so that's fine. So I might as well just hold one of my abilities. I can kill this, you know, do some damage to this Uko. Probably start dropping some turn meter, just try and get some control. Like, at the moment, we're just tanking. Let's put some protection back on him. But ultimate death, the thing about Necret is he will use his stone skin up very quickly. Because he will, he'll get extra turns, right? So he will use his stone skin up very quickly. And then you just kill him. If you can kill Necret, then that's fine, right? You have access to kill the Necret. You cannot get to kill the Rotus, the Ultimate Death Knight. That's what I'm trying to say. Because they make him so slow, like, Necret needs something to actually make the... like, Necret just doesn't sit there. Might actually lose my Duchess here. Alright, actually. Put protection on her so she can't take damage. But you see what I mean about Stone Skin with Necret. It's not the same. It's actually going to be awkward to try and kill this dude because I'm going to proc his passive a lot. So just kill the Necret because he's going to counter him. He's going to basically ally attack. As long as you've got a tanky team, he's going to ally attack, not kill anyone, take another turn, he's out of Stone Skin. There's not... you don't have the same delay. Whereas Ultimate Death Knight, it's shielding, it's continuous heals. He puts fears out on your legendary champions. It's just annoying. But I should be okay now. I have to go near a team from a single faction. Gnut versus Rhodas. Gnut versus Ronda. Battle of the... Ooh, I'm going to lose. That was dumb. Alright then. You win. Round 1 goes to you. Round 2 goes to my actual team rather than that team. Lol. Yeah, Taras is just giga broken. Why is she not dead? Stupid champion. Almost ronded myself. Yeah, I can't tell you how to... I can't counter Taras, right? The only way you can counter Taras is you kill him before he takes a turn. It's not really a counter, is it? But, I mean, it's kind of like the only answer I have for you there. So, yeah, I mean, like... It's not like Ultimate Death Knight's the only problem in the world. All I'm saying is just Ultimate Death Knight winds me up because it's just boring. At least with Taras, it's a win condition, right? Taras actually wins you the fight. Ultimate Death Knight will never be the reason why you win a fight. It'll be the reason why you don't win a fight, but he'll never be the reason why they won the fight, if that makes sense. He will just stop you from winning. It's a bit difficult to explain, but what I mean by that is he's not a win condition, which is why I get annoyed with him. Oops. So I guess we got to decide what we want to do with this hero's path then. Graph 1 resilience. Unlock a mastery. Someone's about to not have masteries. Kellen, looks good, you have that. Then win faction wars with at least one rare champion. Okay. Sure, we can do that. Does it? No, that's not good. I've seen that happen before with hero passes. Normally it fixes itself. Yeah, the best way to build Necro is you build him in bolster, right? Because then you can back him up with double shielding. It just makes it better. So, yeah, we need to decide what we're going to do. Yeah, Gwyneth's really good. I like Gwyneth. Gwyneth is actually a really strong healer. Really big damage dealer as well. Like, the fact her A1 doesn't counterattack is great. No, we're going to do it tomorrow, S'mores, I think. We got a day before the Artifact Enhancement event ends, right? So we'll do it tomorrow. I know there were some of my clan's keys have not used for Clash. If you used your Hydro Clash keys too soon, it's not active. That's what we noticed on our clan. If you fire away your Hydro Clash keys a bit too early, then you don't actually get any recognition. I don't know whether if you contact player and support, they can fix it, though. I've used her in Clan Boss to great success as well, Gwyneth. I find her a very, very competent healer. How hard does her A3 hit? Really hard. Like, I've had it hit like 500,000 in Clan Boss before. But because her A1 is based off excess healing, if you keep her reasonably high, she can heal a lot of champions a lot. She's gonna die here now, though. Doesn't matter. Sniper's doing God's work. Good old Sniper carrying the team, eh? Would it be more viable to make a 1-1 team for Clan Boss that involves both Pythian and Venom Mages passive to 1 key? Certainly possible, but 1-1 you generally... Can we attack that? 1-1's problem generally tends to be sustaining debuffs, so... I'm glad you're liking. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be probably streaming. Probably 8-ish. 8 till about 10 or 11. And we will probably do the gear cleanse then, right? So... Off topic, but the free weekend let me see how bad my Skullcrown was. She went from a champ I didn't care about at all to my 6-second campaign farmer. Awesome. Can we pick on the... Isn't it great they never pick on the champions that you need to kill? So annoying. See my Disco Whisper upgrade. Seems like I can get her to 8,000 attack, 310% crit damage in Relentless. That's not beating my one though yet. My one's faster now. Have I overtaken you, Dutchy? Didn't you have like a Giga Whisper that was better than mine at one point? Can you imagine if Dark DK had Fear ability? Dark Hill. Could you imagine if DK... Who do you mean by DK? Dark Hill? There are a couple of takers to get some points. Spent 2.5 years without fully pull 2 back to back. Typical that. How much crit damage Husk need on Brutal Hydra? There is a table in the Discord that Dutchy put together, or you can use the optimizer to find out. Because the optimizer has a mode for it. Oh, ODK. Yeah, I don't rate speed on Whisper at all. I think you're perfectly fine to run her a lot slower. Oh, we've earned enough. Yes. We've earned enough to get another Great Hall chest. We've actually depleted all of our Great Hall medals now. What do we got then? Trash. Trash. Yeah, we'll see if it rolls well. Trash. 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 Maybe it rolls well. Trash. It's good to know the chests are still really worth getting. Really motivates me to do live arena. Really. Truly. Ooh, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's alright. Any of these pieces worth keeping? No, it's a sell. Figured I'd see if it was worth keeping for a reforge. It's very hard to get divine gear, so... This has got to, like, roll speed. Otherwise, it's just not worth. If it doesn't roll any speed, it's a sell. Ooh. Is it triple roll speed? No, it's a sell. Even though it's in divine offense, sometimes actually speed as a combo is really good. Is this worth keeping? Yeah, it's probably alright. It's low rolled a bit. I kept a grand old 3 pieces for my ice golem runs today. 70 ice golem runs, and we've kept 1 piece by the looks of it. 1 piece, which will probably be this one because it's going to go to like speed. Defense is worth it, I guess. Sad times. Anything interesting here? Buy. Confirm. Collect that. What else we got here? Dungeon campaign. Win classic arena battles using 1 force champion. Fine, we'll do that tomorrow. We'll do that in a bit. So yeah, I don't really know what to get with this hero path. Yeah, life set you, but sometimes stats better than sets, you know. I accidentally got up to plat arena again. Yeah, nice. Congrats. I don't know what to do with this. 2600. Get the Roxanne path. So, I mean, I've got enough to get a legendary book. Or all the Titan points. I'm tempted to maybe just get all the Titan points. I don't really want the Roxanne. And I mean, this would be nice, but it's too expensive to get that. It's 82,000, so I'm not going to go, you know, miles away from it. So I could probably get the birthday points and the oil. I've got enough for all of that. I don't, like, you always need legendary books, but I don't particularly need legendary books. But 26,000 points would basically get me all the Titan points, plus a little bit extra. Maybe the oils. I could probably get all the Titan points and the oils. Did I pull anything? I used my void shards, just building it. I mean, what is even on? I wouldn't mind a Corvus. I've already got a Michinaki. You know, I mean, we can yeet a Sacred Shard for the lols. Maybe we'll get a legendary. No. So at 30,000 points, so we might as well get these. I feel like I just get Titan points and then pick up the oils, because 100 greater oil is a lot. There's a lot of energy, so it's pretty good, right? I mean, what is the current oil efficiency charts? Let's have a look. How much is those oils equivalent to? If I'm running 25, it's 0.132 oil per energy. So 100 divided by 0.132, it's about 757 energy. These two here. It's about 1500 energy, right? Or 1400, yeah, about 1500 energy. which is quite a bit. So definitely pick up these. I think definitely pick up that, so we'll get all the Titan points. So then we pick up the oils. Leaves us with 10,000. So we go gems, greater coin, that. 3,000 left. I could get like 60. If I can get 16,000 points, I'd have to summon everything to get a legendary book. Tier 2 stone is out of reach, I think. It's what? 2,000, 14,000. It's like 21,000 points for that tier 2 stone. It's not worth it. Or I could just use my points and get a couple of this. To be honest, I think I might just do that. Save my shards. That's better, really. Just call it quits there. If I do anything, I'll get probably there. I'm happy with that. Basically gets me this, 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 and this. So basically a third of the time point done. With some more points to come here. Like, I'll probably just find an artifact worth upgrading there. How many points am I on there? I'm on 4,980, so like 2 to like level 6. Get that done. So I don't think there's anything like that oil's gonna allow me to get me a little bit more attack. Juicing up the that's my whisper now. 7.3k attack. Oh yeah. You got a lot more attack than me. That's it, Dutch, in you got way more attack than me. I remember now. I remember back to it. I got a bit more crit damage. You got way more attack. Oils are not that big. It's still better to just upgrade gear rather than Doyle, but you know, it's a factor, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's like major. Making tanky, shall we? Spend some silver. Poor die, he's lost his chest. Just trying to see if there's any artifacts I can just quickly level. Don't really want to level speed on you. Yeah, let's just level that, why not? Job's a good one. Pick up the anniversary tokens. Okay, so basically 600 out of 1500. So as I said, I don't really care about the Ultimate Death Knight Soul. What I care about are these rewards here. That's why I'm not too fussed about trying to get the Hero Path Eternal Soul, because this is basically the same reward for a lot less effort. So 5-star glyph, this and this and this. It's basically the same rewards for a lot less effort. So, you know, pretty much all of them are done. Dragon Tournament. Done. Classic Arena done. Ice Golem done. What's the Champion Training Tournament looking like? It's snipeable, isn't it? It's snipeable. I might snipe that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm tempted to snipe it. Smash and spider. No, soul stones. We hoard soul stones. We wait for events. Even though the events are pretty rubbish, I still think now you wait for the event, because there's no point pulling souls outside of an event. You might as well wait for it. Even if you might get lucky and get a legendary soul, and that gives you a legendary book, right? So chances are you won't, but you might as well try and you might as well throw like the loaded dice to at least give you maybe one chance of getting lucky rather than not throw it at all. IG tournament is rough. I did in like 70 runs, maybe 60 runs. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of mine is Ascension, Dutchy. I haven't got very good Ascension on the chest yet, and the ring, and the banner. There's about 500 missing from the Ascension points, which doesn't help. Yeah, I did this in like 70 turns, because I can do a run in about I get about 50 to 60 points per run. And we're back. Still waiting on better rates for Tier 2 and Tier 3. I mean, yeah, it's dream on, my friend. I don't mind the rates if we get more volume. Right? If they start giving us more stones and more coins, I don't mind it. And to be, what I kind of want to do is I might, at the end of this month, collect an entire month's worth of stone rewards so that I get a good average. Because at the moment, the only calculations I have for how many stones you get in a period is basically what you get from Iron Twins and Hydra. I kind of want to do an average of the events so that you can, so that maybe we can, as a result, have a bit more of a better picture of like, okay, with the events combined, because the events tend to give you a lot more stones than anything else, like coins and things. So I might do that from the end of the month. I mean, I'm guessing after the end of Ultimate Death Knight's birthday, we're going to get a new fusion. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a new fusion announcement soon. I'm guessing. Unless they've decided to give us a bit of a breather. I will say that Emic felt very quick. It felt like the Emic fusion was over before it even started. It felt very short. And I would guess it's because they wanted to do this birthday into Wukong and stuff like that. But even then, I feel like you could have had like 4 more days on the fusion and stretch the tournaments out a little bit more. You know, maybe put an extra day between a few things. It did feel like they were just like, oh, let's just slam them with loads and loads of events. So, yeah, I might be. I think it will be a fragment collector if it is. But they don't normally leave more than 2 weeks between a fusion, so... Yeah, it was intense, but it was over very quickly, wasn't it? Like, it was only 2 weeks. Normally, a fusion is like 3 weeks. It was over pretty much, like, very quickly. I'm guessing they shrunk it to make the Ultimate Death Knight birthday into the Sun Wukong. So I'm guessing that's what they did. So, do you think we'd do for an epic fragment? They tend to do epic fragments on the Halloween one. So between the Halloween one and the Christmas one is when we normally get it, like, just to get them back in line. So it's unlikely we get one this month, but normally, like, so for example, we should get to the end of the month now. They'll probably start a new fusion, like, maybe the first week of September. That'll run till about middle of, or maybe they'll start it, like second week of September. That should run to the end of September. Then they'll have a week or 2 gap. Then what they'll do is they'll do like an epic fusion for a week and then start the next fusion, which is the Halloween fusion, at the end of October. So that's probably what will happen. Yeah, Hoscroll, I use it on my free-to-play. Very, very, very good champion. One of the best stun champions in the game. Actually hits really hard as well. So, I mean, the good news is we can check it on hellhades.com, right? Because we can basically check the scheduling. Past fusion events. When it loads. There we go. So, let's have a look. Last year, July, we had Walking Tomb Drang. August 4th to August 20th, we had Lana Tharl. August 25th till September the 3rd, we had Nogorio. Then September the 9th to September 24th, we had Mighty Uko. Then October 4th to October 18th, we had Marinix. And then October 27th to November. So they didn't do an epic Halloween gap. They did it a month before. Then we had the Hoscroll, which was the Christmas gap. So they normally do an epic gap. They normally do an epic gap to make the Halloween fall over Halloween. And then they do a epic to make the Christmas fall over Christmas. That's what they normally do. So, not gonna lie, I'm skipping the next fusion on my free-to-play no matter what happens. I can't do another one. They did the Nagoria one basically 5 days after Lonotharol. So, for example, Trunk Hearts finished on August 8th. Yeah, basically, he started on August 3rd, finished on August 18th. Lonotharol started on August 4th, August 20th. Ironically, Lonotharol was also a traditional fragment a hybrid fusion, right? A traditional fusion with a hybrid champions, with fragment champions, sorry. Ironic that's a year after. Yeah, so Nagoria is kind of taking Ultimate Death Knight and Sun Wukong. Yeah, I would no-brainer because I'm exhausted from doing it. I don't think I could do two. I don't think I can do 3 fusions back-to-back without Clan Boss, right? I think doing 1 was bad. Doing 2 was awfully difficult. Doing 3 is just impossible, I think. Without spending money, you know, and I don't want to do that, so. I just need a breather on it, you know, so. Random shower thought. All of the hybrid champions have had something to do with shields. Oh. It's funny that. Yeah, you could put X with Brogni, Lonotharol, Emic. Ironically, 2 of them have grown shields as well. There's 3 shield growth champions in the game. There's Brogni, there's Krakoth, the Doom Tower epic, and now Emic. And 2 of them have been hybrid fusions. Funny how you make these things happen, right? Funny old stories. Well, I would have had... I'm close to an advanced one, Grendel, which will get me Gnut fully booked out. But I've kind of just not logged into it for days, just because I needed a break, right? I needed a break from like coding the optimizer, playing the game. I had some family commitments as well, so that kind of took my time away as well. So I took most of the day off, to be honest. I did a little bit of coding when I came back upstairs after watching Chelsea's disaster. Yeah, Krakoth grows shields on a passive. Krakoth increases the strength of any shield on a team. It's just not very good because the rest of her kit sucks. But she does... So, she doesn't grow shields by an active ability, but she increases the value of any shield on a team. Is it worth spending 400 gems to get the Lego book? Depends how valuable the legendary book would be to you. If that legendary book is going to give you access to Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, then probably. If not, then no, I would say. I know, George, right? Disgrace. I mean, by definition, making it bigger means it grows. It's the same concept. So in coding terms, it does the same thing. If you place a shield, she makes it 15% bigger. So in concept, it does the same thing. Would Emic work in one of those Infinity-type teams of Hydra? No, he can't grow it anywhere near enough now. Now that they've capped it, you just can't grow it anywhere near enough. The thing about Brogni is his cap is about how much damage you can do. So, whereas his cap is 10%. 10k is really small. You lose more than you can grow. I love watching campaign, not. But we kind of need to prep burst. So I'm probably going to like end the stream in like 15 minutes. Then I'm going to sleep. Then I'm going to make sure I wake up with an hour to go. And then I'm going to snipe the hell out of this tournament. What's the stats of my Skull Crown? Nothing special. She's only hitting brutal, so it's nothing too crazy. I'll show you the stats now after I finish this 3 set. technically, if I'm not doing Dungeon Divers now, I should go back to Nightmare. It's a little bit better. It get done quicker. I do that, actually. I'll just show you the Skullcrown build quickly. It's all I use her for now. She is an Avenging, but that was before they changed the Avenging set. I just haven't re-geared her. She's about 5.9k attack, 260% crit damage, 117 speed. You can go super slow, right? Because she's AoE on both. Have a good night, Dutchy. I use Fortis. Gotta have a use for my guaranteed champion somewhere, right? If he gets a good cycle like this, he's pretty quick. 11 seconds. If he gets his cycle of revenge proc every single time, it's really quick, like there. Boom. It's when this happens, we kind of lose a bit of momentum. Luckily, we got it back again. But now we have to wait for the things to take turns, and then we kind of lose our A2, and then it just kind of like, you know, it's a bit annoying. If he gets his cycle of revenge every single time, it's like a 10-second run. But even if he doesn't, it's still 23 seconds, right? It's still pretty fast. In my opinion, he's one of the best Nightmare campaign farmers in the game. Because the thing is, even if he gets whacked by lots of different abilities, it doesn't matter. Because his passive will keep him alive. So if he gets a bit of bad RNG, then you've got protection. Whereas Herndig, I found from time to time, could fail. Fortis stats. Where is he? Where's the dude gone? I know I can use the search box. There he is. 205 speed, 5.2k defense, 266% crit damage. In Savage, crit damage, we do have some interesting speed banners here. Some interesting defense banners. He's actually in some pretty solid gear, I'm not going to lie. It's pretty well built. You know, just, you know, booked, Soul Reap. It's designed to kill people. I feel like we're conquering a land right now. Do you feel like the Patriot running across the battlefield? Carrying the flag to success. Any more level 3s? No, let's get some upgrading going. Let's take out the rears that we got here. Bump, bump, bump. Elf Guard, these two. This is how you do champion training tournaments, by the way, guys. You do not make level 5s. You don't really... You're just building up a nice pool of burst champions. That's all I'm doing. I'm building up a nice pool of burst champions that I can literally just drop 10,000 points in 5 minutes if I need to. That's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. So really weird that I logged into the phone today and got summer return gift. Oh. Welcome back, I guess. Yeah, I mean, when you come back to the game, they really want you to spend money. They're very good at it. Close to our monthly reset. It's cool. Where am I at the moment? How far away am I? I'm like 6,000 or 7,000 away, which seems like an awful lot, but it's really not. I'm pretty sure I can sneak up and basically get all of those points of that 4-star without really a struggle. When you think I'm just like sitting on this. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 rank 5s. We have 1,400 magic brews, 1,300 spirit brews, 1,000 void brews. 2 force fusions back to back have murdered my force potion brews. 21 barrels, 3 feasts, 155 rank 4s, 49 rank 5s. I don't think this person stands a chance. Not to be one of those people that's like, I'm about to ruin your day, but yeah. I think I'm okay. I figured I'd go for it because I'd have an easy group. If the group was like 30,000, 40,000, I wouldn't have bothered. But it was only, that 20k only appeared this morning. So I figure I'll just try and snipe it. If I wake up and it's like 40,000, I'll not bother. And all I've made is a bunch of food. But if it is, then 4-star Emic sold for my clan boss team. It could be cool. It's like 4-star Emic for the clan boss team is... Isn't it HP with... Isn't it HP crit damage with Brimstone, right? Or is it just HP? I never remember these things. Oh, it's HP accuracy. So he'll get like 6,000 more HP, which is not too bad. The 30% chance to play Smite would be better as well. So it's almost double the odds, so that's good. 50 accuracy is nice. It's alright, isn't it? It's a step in the right direction. You got 16 brews of each. Oh god, that is bad. Yeah, Ward of the Fallen's crit damage, but obviously Ward of the Fallen isn't very good in clan boss, so... I could take 50 accuracy off his build, but... Yeah, his build's probably not arena ready, so that's probably a good idea. We could take 50 accuracy off his build and just build him with more damage. Because he obviously needs accuracy for Brimstone. Or I could just like... Yeah, I don't want to lose Brimstone because I think that's just generally more damage. And I feel like the aura on Elva's better. So that's kind of like the decisions we made. It was put Jintora in Phantom Touch, because that's just going to end up being more damage when we get him higher awakened. Put Elva into aura because she's got the speed aura, so a bit more aura makes sense. And when she gets higher awakened, then that'll work. And then put Brimstone on Emic because at least Elva doesn't really need any accuracy, so putting accuracy on her just for Brimstone seems silly. Whereas with Emic, he needs accuracy for his passive and his A2. And, well, not his A2, it's for his passive, so at least that kind of makes more sense generally, having a bit of accuracy on him. And he will benefit from the accuracy from the blessing, so... We're going to finish this bunch, and then I'm going to end the stream there, my little surprise stream. Because I've got a busy day of coding tomorrow. Get up early, finish the training tournament. Hopefully we're still in Smite, still in burst range. I've got enough rank 4s, I can make another 5 rank 5s. So that's burst points as well. So... Yeah, I mean, generally, because you have to do the champion training tournament, and because you have to do the monthly quest, what I tend to do is try to tie up one of the champion training events with running 500 campaign battles. So my brew count generally recovers, but lately, because we've had 2 heavy force fusion backs to back, my force potions have taken a bit of a hit. And really, do I ever, like, level rank 6s with brews? Most of the time, I'll do, like, Mastery Farm and then put them in the training pit for the remainder and do it over a week. Otherwise, you use a lot of brews for basically 5 levels. It's really awkward. Nice. We'll leave it there. Actually, it's nice because we stopped the... Yeah. Bum. So all I was doing tonight was just building up burst ready for the morning, where I can just unleash my fury upon this tournament. What are we here? 9th. Don't really care. Who cares about that? I'm within touching distance. I don't know if this guy's climbing. I haven't really been paying attention, to be honest. I was just like, I'm within points. I can probably do it. We'll see what happens. To be honest, I could have probably waited on the Ice Golem tournament and done it tomorrow. But there you go. Burn a few gems. Still got plenty of them. I'll replenish that gem there. The inbox is down to 185. 185. Amazing. Tomorrow we'll get it down to, I think, maybe less than 100. I'm looking forward to it. We've got one more day of this, so that's what we're going to take advantage of tomorrow. I have got this going, which is nice. 37 weeks. I've got a year's worth of boost. If I could trade some of that to my free-to-play, would be great. Would be wonderful. So, yeah. I guess we'll leave it there. How do my clan bosses? That's a good question. Yes. That was today's key, by the way. 192 million. Not on the right affinity, though. Spirit is stronger. 205 million on Nightmare. Getting stronger. Oh, we're a third at the moment. We're sacking this time. Ah, that's not too bad. Are they filthy abusers? What the hell? $248 million, eh? I'm trying to see if any of them are filthy abusers. You know what I mean. There's a filthy abuser. Gary Lonsdale. There's a filthy abuser. Look how much of a joke that is. 500,000. Look, 622 million points. Basically, his one key has done pretty much the same as this guy's 3 teams combined. And they wonder why I get really annoyed when they don't ban things. So we got one filthy abuser there. What about here? There's another filthy abuser. Not even that impressive, that one. He can filthy abuse that better. Any other filthy abusers here? There's another one. Good lord. Tolkien's. Good thing you've got the name Tolkien, because that is nice. I don't mind these teams, right? Because you've essentially invested Grisor, Acrizia, and Acrizia. I'd expect you to be at this number, the amount of damage you've committed there. Any other filthy abusers? I'm going to start calling people out as filthy abusers for the bad teams. I don't care if it's rude. Ooh, look at that. Double Gnut. It's kind of cool. Oh, you did 37 million. That's a shame. Wait. Oh, no, it's not Double Gnut. It looked like Double Gnut because of Morley. Any other filthy abusers I can call out here? No. Okay. Next. Any filthy abusers in my clan? Nice one, Shooter. Whoa, look at that. 6-star. Look at that, guys. For everyone who says Gnut is not good in Hydra. I know it's 6-star Awakened. Look, I get that. But, I mean, it's only Soul Reap. It's not doing much. Look at that. Shooter, what a beast. 72 million. And people said, oh, Gnut's not that good in Hydra. I thought he'd be better than what he is. The dude is pumping. I don't know how long that fight was. It must have been a while. 64 million on Michinaki. Man, he's got really lucky with his souls. The power of Relentless in Hydra, by the way. Everyone's in Relentless or Perception. Where's Kavala done? Not bad, not bad. Comfortable 115 million key. Great key. Well done, Kavala. Do I have to judge anyone in my clan? I will do it. Anyone who uses it is a filthy abuser. I think our clan are not filthy abusers. Our clan actually does proper keys. These are the type of things I want to see. Proper keys with proper teams. Working hard. Well done, Zeus. Ooh, he's a terrace abuser. No filthy abusers in my clan. Look at that. None of them are getting judged by me tonight. There's a lot of Gnut users, I gotta say. There you go. I feel like Gnut Michinaki together is a really good combo, right? You've seen it a lot. Gnut Michinaki together. Because one sets him up. Because one, like, Michinaki will set up the decreased defense and the decreased attack with the Hex. And then Gnut's damage with the Hex is how it gets set up. I feel like it's a nice combo. There you go. No filthy abusers. Well done. Do I have to filthy abuse these two? Is there any in here? Filthy abuser. Dark metal sword. How ashamed I am of you. I'm ashamed of this. A shame. Shame on the house of dark metal sword. Do you know why it's shameful? Because he put a pretty good team up for Brutal. Pretty okay-ish team for hard, I guess. And then just abused it. Disappointed. Oof, that. I don't mind these teams being 200 million, by the way. I have no problem with these teams because you require... Wow, he's a righteous user. You have to... You know, these are void legendaries. If like a double Acrisia didn't do 230 million that's fully ascended with a fully ascended +3 Michinaki, I'd be worried, right? I don't mind these because at least you have to build the team around it. He's a bit of a whale though, isn't he? To get those. Filthy. Any other filthy abusers that I have to call out here? I don't care if people say I'm a mean person. Filthy abusers. Ooh, a Rhonda. That's a cool one. Okay. There's a filthy abuser. Didn't even do that well. Not really a filthy abuser because they didn't really set it up, but you know. What about this team? Oh, Beauregard. I haven't seen a Beauregard before. This has just turned into me saying, filthy abuser! No. No, no, no. You LLDR. No, 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 no. Bad, Gale. Bad person. Bad. And you, Logue. Whoever you are. Filthy abuser. Oh, you didn't abuse it. Fair enough. You didn't do a very good job. It's fine. I'm not going to criticize you if you do a bad job. I'm only going to criticize you. Ooh, Supreme Hen. How well did she do? 3.5 mil. Okay, not bad. Filthy abusers. Don't worry, I'll pump my rewards in. I'm more motivated this week to actually get top chest, so we're going to try and get the top chest because the rewards are a little bit better. We'll probably still win even if we get, like, we've only put 37 keys in so far. My keys will easily help out. Filthy abusers. They need to delete that team. It's awful. Anyway, with that being said, we've criticized and judged people. I do have a nice little stockpile building up again. Look, 10,000, 7,000. Every day is now a Jintora Whisper day. We're one away from the Whisper. We kind of have enough with a bit of selling. I might have to sell a few souls, but we're pretty close to enough. I mean, I do have a 4-star Danag as well. We're kind of close enough now that we've got enough for the Whisper Soul. So once the Whisper Soul comes in, I can get a 6-star Whisper straight away. Then we're on the Jintoro grind, which is a lot harder because it's legendary. And to be honest, I might have to pull the Jintoro Soul rather than summon it. I might take the Whisper out now, to be honest, because... Mind you, I've got a second Whisper. We should just keep it in. There's no other better epic, is there? Seeker's maxed out. Aniri's already in here. Demytha's already in here. Trying to think who else we would use that I use often. Folger's already maxed out, so yeah. Anyway, guys, it was fun. I'll be back tomorrow night. I'll be pushing probably some updates to the team optimizer tomorrow. Maybe I might delay it to the day after if I don't want to mess up the servers, but the servers have been pretty stable, so it should be fine to try and remedy some of the mobile optimizer issues over the weekend. But yeah, have a nice evening.